Good afternoon and welcome to today's presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association's coverage of the Ohio Colt Racing Association. I'm Roger Houston, the brand ambassador for the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association, and today we're in Circleville, Ohio for the Pickaway County Fair. Today's live racing event is brought to you by Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
When the early explorers came through southeast Ohio, it was to hunt, trap, and survey lands. One such man was Ebenezer Zane of Virginia, who in 1796, at the age of 49, petitioned the U.S. government to build a road. It would follow mostly along the old Native American footpath from what became Wheeling, West Virginia, southwest to the modern-day Maysville in Kentucky, situated along the Ohio River. It would be called Zane's Trace. His only request was that he be allowed 1 square mile of land where the trace, the small road, crossed the Muskingum River, now Zanesville, the Hocking River in Lancaster, and the Scioto River at Chillicothe, which means main town in the Shawnee language. Another old trail led north from Chillicothe through Pickaway, the name of the clan of the Shawnee that inhabited the plains, and there was only one cabin every 8 miles or so along the way to the 20 acres of land that comprised Franklinton, now Columbus, that was situated on each side of the Scioto River. Scioto, incidentally, is Shawnee for deer. The settlers came in quickly, and by 1808, the population of Pickaway County was over 7,000 people. One of the early settlers founded Circleville in 1810, and if that name has a ring to it, it should, because Circleville was originally constructed on top of 1,100-foot wide, 2,000-year-old Hopewell-era earthworks, with the courthouse directly in the center. By the mid-1830s, however, Circleville decided to plot out the town in a less peculiar pattern and squared the circle. That wasn't completed until the late 1850s, and even today, the 14,000-plus residents of Circleville sort of regret losing their town's unique design. But we're happy we've still got that speedy circle called the Pickaway County Fairgrounds.
Hey, Cookie, what's up, buddy? How you been? There's one right there, Ron. You can see that far? Oh, there's the second one.
Let's go, first race, keep them coming. 2 out, 4 to go.
I got the 5th race.
4 out, 2 to go. Parade in order. Here are the horses. For the first, 2-year-old filly pace, OCRA Colt Stake, $2,748. Outrider, Windy Ross. Number 1, Racing Somewhere. Owned by Brian Witt of Cedarville, Ohio. Larry Finn, the trainer. Danny Noble will be driving. Number 2, Pompeyous of Love. She's owned and trained by Kim Daly of Mechanicsburg, Ohio. The driver, Kevin Snyder. Number 3, Ladies Say Win. Harry Horowitz, Brooklyn, New York. Mark Winters, the trainer, with Jeff Nysonger. Number 4, Rockin' Moon. Richard Owings, MacArthur, Ohio. Earl Owings, the trainer. Alex Hawk gets the call. Number 5, Little Miss Princess. Dave Stanley of Columbus. Dave Young of Chile. David Young, the second of Chillicothe. David Young, the second, trains and drives. Number 6, Big Bad Abba. Steve Sexton, Xenia, Ohio. Brad Swartz, the trainer. Tyler Smith in the sulky. Win Play Show. Perfecta, Daily Double. Danny Noble on the 1. Racing Somewhere. In the second race, number 6, Love My Izzy. Scott Cisco. They'll go to the gate in 3.
We are live from Pickaway County Fair in beautiful Circleville, Ohio. Now today's first race is the first of 5 divisions for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Each one of them go for $2,748. Most of them, we have 3 of them out of the 6 that have started in a qualifier. That's number 2, has a marker, paced in 2:01 and 2 at Scioto, last quarter in 29 flat. Number 3, paced in 2 minutes flat, last quarter in 28 and 2. And number 5, Little Miss Princess. She paced in 2:04 and 4, last quarter in 32 and 1. It's a little homebred by Stanley Carter, David Stanley, As homebred, he has it. The 1 through 6 are Racing Hill, Mr. Wiggles, Weston Terror, and Pet Rock, Big Bad John. Now, number 6 is
Starter Michael Rockenberg has Colmilly. It's post time.
You heard the
At
call.
the Pickaway County Fair.
You heard the call of
Michael
our.
Rockenberg, the official starter. He's the starter at Dayton Raceway, Miami Valley, most of the county fairs, and Big Mike will have the privilege of starting the Little Brown Jug again this year, come September at the Delaware County Fair. It's post time. First division, 2-year-old filly pacers are all moving in behind the gate. And the gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. The rough and pacing Rockin' Moon going for the lead. Big Bad Abba and Smith charging up on the outside. In at the rail third, racing somewhere. Pompapulous of Love fourth, Lady Says Win, and Little Miss Princess. They race down the backside. Big Bad Abba and Tyler Smith the leader. Rockin' Moon and Alex Hawk is stock second. Racing at the cones third, racing somewhere for Danny Noble. They're by the opening panel in 29-4. Pompapulous of Love along the cones fourth. Lady Says Win and Nice Song checking it out fifth. Little Miss Princess and Young sees them all. Still straight alignment, off the turn and down the stretch for the first time. Big Bad Abba shows the way. Out and moving. Rock up the outside goes Nice Songer and Lady Says Win to take command. They're by the half in 101-3. Up on the outside from third comes Little Miss Princess. Racing somewhere, stays at the cones. Around the turn, over the 5/8 mile mark. Lady Says Win, and Nice Songer leads it by 2. Big Bad Abba is second. Little Miss Princess up on the outside third. Racing somewhere outside fourth. Pompapulous Love on the inside fifth. Down the backside they go to the 3/4 mile mark. 3/4, 1:33-1. And on top, Lady Says Win. She leads it by a length and a quarter. To the outside comes Little Miss Princess with a burst on the outside. Racing somewhere, and Noble Tips on the outside third. And down the stretch they come. Nice Hunger goes to work on Lady Says Win. Outside, Little Miss Princess was racing somewhere. Lady Says Win. Racing somewhere second. Rockin' Moon gets the shodo. 2:04-1. Lady Says Win and Nice Songer. Three, 1, 4, 29-4, 101-1, 133-1, 204-1 fifth.
Yeah, it was Lady Says Win and Lady Says Jog, because she was just aired in 2-4-1. Nice mile.
Back in front of the stands, winner the first. 2-year-old filly Pace, OCRA Colt Stake for $2,748. Owned by Harry Horowitz of Brooklyn, New York. Mark Winters trains her. Jeff Nicesonger, the winning driver. Number 3, Lady Says Win. 2-year-old Bay filly by Western Terra. Out of the Lady Said. 204, 1/5. Results official. Racing Somewhere 2. Popular Use of Love 4. Lady Says Win, the winner. Rockin' Moon 3. Little Miss Princess 6. Big Bad Abbott was 5. 29 and 4. 101 and 1. 133 and 1. 204, 1/5. 241, 36, 5 on the bottom. 204, 1/5. Bring them on the track for the second. Scott Cisco on the 6th. Love Me Izzy. Win Place Show, Perfecta Try. Late Change in the second. Number 4, Feeling My Freedom, Danny Noble. Late driver change on the 4, Feeling My Freedom, Danny Noble. Windows are open. Bring him on the track for the second.
And again, that was Lady Says Win, exceptional mile for her first lifetime start. Racing Somewhere, well, she's racing here at Circleville for her very first time on the racetrack. Impressive mile. But we had a 3, 1, 4, and that was a good mile for the 2-year-old pacing fillies. Coming up in the next race is the first division of 3-year-old pacing fillies, first of 4. And we will be back after a message from our sponsors.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Be there!
Hey, Pickaway County, live from Circleville, Ohio. Between several of today's races, watch for your chance to win a prize package from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Play along as you get to guess Text Trivia live by texting in your answer to 614-633-5554. That's 614-633-5554. The first and the fifth correct text wins. So be ready.
Our feature today is information that will help you better understand our racing program. In this instance, it is race number 6 at Scioto Downs on Friday, May the 22nd. Now this race is a filly and mare open event. Post position 1 was assigned to Gypsy Merlot. The other spots were luck of the draw. Driver Chris Page had a choice to make as he was named on 2 horses. He chooses the 3 over the 5. The purse is $18,000. A breakdown on that purse: 50% goes to the winner, $9,000. The second place finisher gets 25%, or $4,500. Third place is 12%, which equals $2,160. The fourth place finisher, 8%, or $1,440. And the fifth place finisher, 5%, a check for $900. Now the wagering options in this race, they have exacta and trifecta wagering. In the exacta, you must pick the correct order of finish of the first two horses. Pick them 1, 2 to have a winning exacta ticket. In the trifecta, you pick them in the correct order of first, second, and third. Yes, pick them 1, 2, 3 to have a winning trifecta ticket. With that information, we hope it makes it a bit easier for you to understand our racing program.
Attention in the barn area, Brian Roebuck. Brian Roebuck, when this race is over, you need to come over here in the judges stand and pay for Brian Spires to get his owner's license. So, after this race, come over and pay for him. Get it done.
Three out, 4 to go. Keep them coming for the second. Win, place, show, perfecta, trifecta wagering. Danny Noble 1-4. Scott Cisco drives the 6. Love Me Izzy. Wager now. Okay, guys, you're all out. You're all out, but you're all over the track. We'll get them in order and parade in order. Let's take a few seconds to get them in order. Parade in order, please. Danny Noble drives 4. Cisco 6. Win, place, show, perfecta. $2 trifecta wagering. Here's the starting lineups for the second. First division for 3-year-old filly pacers, the 4 short pace. OCRA Colt Stake, $3,116. The 1 is My Lady Rocks, Kim Daly, Mechanicsburg, Shane Hines of Johnstown. Kim Daly trains her. Kevin Snyder, the driver. Number 2 is Helen Kay. Matt Rowe, Urbana. Mark Rowe, the trainer, with Jeff Nysonger. Number 3 is Bombeck. Hurley Racing of Dublin. Booney Conkright of Columbus. Greg Clark, Grove City. Booney Conkright, the trainer, with Doc Holliday. 4 is Feelin' My Freedom. Mary Dawson owns and trains of Circleville. Danny Noble gets the call. Number 5 is Mick BSC. Thomas Justice of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. James Atwell trains her. James Atwell, the driver. Number 6, Love My Izzy. Brian Roebuck of New Lewisburg, Ohio. Brian Spires of Plain City. Brian Roebuck, the trainer, with driver Scott Cisco. And number 7, Bad Ms. Johnson. Rico Johnson of MS. Hank Levan, the trainer. Hank Levan in the sulky. Win Place Show. Perfected trifecta wagering. Danny Noble 4. The Cisco Kid on the 6. 3 minutes.
And hi from the grandstand in Pickaway County Fair. We're looking over a select field of 3-year-old pacing fillies.
Also, for you fans on the backside, there's racing programs being sold, and you can wager on the backside. Wagering on the backside.
And looks like the 7, Bad Ms. Johnson, with Hank Levan. Just win in Paulding. And her first, well, the second start of the year, 158-4. In the last quarter, 29-4. And she was impressive. And a great little field. So again, this is the first of 4 divisions for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. It's a 4-short pace. And 4 short started his racing career when he was in his 50s. And that was back in the 50s. He went national. He was one of the leading drivers in the country many years in a row. And they honor him. He was here from Circleville. And they're coming to the gate right now.
Gates rolling. First division, 3-year-old filly pacers, 4 short memorial. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Feelin' My Freedom. Going out for the lead. Between them, Bombeck. Off stride went Helen Kay. Into the first turn they go. Feelin' My Freedom on a short lead. Bombeck. Up on the outside with a burst. Bombeck and Doc Holliday to the front by 2 1/4. Feelin' My Freedom is second. They're by the quarter in 30-3. Around the turn from the outside, Bad Miss Johnson and Levan from the second tier has taken command by 2. Feeling My Freedom down along the cone second. Bombeck third. Down the lane they'll come for the first time, coming over the halfway mile mark. Bad Miss Johnson the leader. Holiday right there second with Bombeck. Pacing third, Mick B.A.B. Back pacing fourth by Lady Rocks, or by the half, 1 minute 4/5. Up on the outside, Love My Izzy. Around the turn they go. Bad Miss Johnson continue to show the way. She's looking good by 2 1/4. Bombeck down along the cones with Doc Holliday under a crack of the whip is second. Mick B.A.B. the long shot is third. Love My Izzy and the Cisco Kid moving in fourth. They're by the 3/4 in 1:31. Midway around the turn, and Mad Miss Johnson shows no signs of giving it up. She opens up by 5. Racing second is Bombeck. This baby's all over. Down the lane they come. Bad Miss Johnson, the big bad John filly, is poured it on. Bad Miss Johnson. Bombeck. Long shot, Mick BSC was third in 2:01.
Bad Miss Johnson by 5. Bad Miss Johnson, followed by Bombeck. Number 5 was Mick B.B. Quarter times were 30 and 3. 1 minute and 4/5, 1:31 to the 3/4 a mile. 2:01 flat and under wraps. Nice filly by Big Bad John. Geneva by Artificial. So again, mark your program. Bad Miss Johnson. You'll be hearing from her. I guarantee it.
She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Big Bad John. Her first of the season. 2:01. Final half, 1 minute, 1/5, last quarter in 30 seconds flat. Of course, her sire, Big Bad John, stands at Midland Acres. It's official. Number 1, My Lady Rocks, finished 7th, placed 6th. Number 2, Helen K, finished 6th, disqualified, placed 7th for interference with the 1 in the first turn. Number 3, Bombeck 2. 4, Feeling My Freedom 5. 5, Mick B.A.B. 3. 6, Love My Izzy 4. 7, Bad Miss Johnson, the winner. 30 and 3. 1 minute 4/5, 1:31, 2:01. 7 place 6. 6 place 7. 2, 5, 3, 4, 1 on the bottom, 2:01. Bring your horses on the track for the third. Win place show, perfecta. Windows are open with no changes.
And Bad Miss Johnson, she paid $280 to win, $220 to place, $220 to show. Exactor was a nice $15.20. Daily double was $4.80. Now, an exactor like that, with a 280 horse on top, is called a gift. But we'll be coming up to the third race, which is the first division of 2-year-old trotting colts. And now a word from our sponsors.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rockin' Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
It's time for Tex Trivia. By 1957, world champion Steamin' Demon had earned $242,501. How much would that be today? A, $1,832,000, B, $2,165,000, or C, $1,256,000. Text your answer to 614-633-5554. That's 614-633-5554. The correct answer was B, $2,165,000. In 1957, the average American household income was right around $4,500 a year. Gas was about 24 cents a gallon, and you could buy a new car for about $2,300. And old Steamin' Demon really put the bread and the butter on the table.
Keep them coming for the third. Win place show. Perfect to wagering on the third with no changes. Have your money numbers ready.
I did have some tears. Oh, I did not want to take you off. I did not want to take you off. You ended up making it the best I had. Look what best this. Number 5 and number 6. I think how you know about it. We're nailing it. Yeah, Charlie. Goddamn Charlie. See your lips. Ain't looking at you, can't hear you. Oh my God. I want to be a fly on the wall.
Hello. Hello, world. Hello, world. We got the winners for our text trivia contest, our first winners. It's congratulations to Bruce Kovacs up in Toledo, Ohio. And our second winner is Dave Cochran of
Three out, 3 to go. 3 out, 3 to go.
of Brookville, Ontario. And thanks for playing. And the legend lives on.
Where's Gunner at?
Let's get them together. You're all out, but you're all over the track. Let's get them together. Parade this field in order, please. Win, place, show, perfecta wagering. No changes. Here are the horses for the third. First division, 2-year-old Colt Trot, OCRA Colt Stake, $3,788. Number 1 is Pointy Toad, Peter L. Levan Stable of Woodstock, Hank Levan of Woodstock, Ed Perry of Cable. Trained and reigned by Hank Levan. 2 is Deer Run Billy, Tammy Carter, Londonderry, Frank Johnson of Hamden, Steve Carter, the trainer, Dustin Bothman driving. 3 is Rose Run Wyatt, J.R. Stable of Orient, Ohio. Jim Pollock Jr. trains with Sean Parker II. Number 4, Talk At Me Turbo, Casey and Melissa Burns, Milford Center, Ohio. He's trained and reigned by Roy Burns. 5 is Pete's Passion, Mark Myers, Xenia, Ohio. Michael Myers, the trainer, with Alex Hawk. Number 6, Don't Forget Little Man, Debbie Swartz, Spring Valley, Ohio. Deb Swartz trains. Danny Noble in the sulky. They'll go to the gate in 3. Win, place, show, perfecta wagering on the 3rd. Trotting Hobbles on the 2. Deer Run Billy. Trotting Hobbles on the 2.
And here's a first division of the 2-year-old trotting colts, going for a purse of $3,788. Now we have a couple of speedy ones in here, and I can point out number 5, Pete's Passion, qualified Scioto in 2-2, last quarter in 29 and 3. And don't forget Little Man. Well, we won't. He qualified. It's Iota. Miling 2-2-2. Last quarter in 29 flat. And looks like a good field. Six 2-year-old trotting colts from Pickaway County. And now, a word from our sponsors.
Two-year-old colt trotters. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Talk At Me Turbo going for the lead. Don't forget me, little man, 3 wide with Danny Noble on the outside going up. Pointy-toed Peter L. down along the cones third. Rose Run Wyatt fourth. Deer Run Billy. The trailer's Pete's Patient. Down the back lane they go. Don't forget Little Man shows the way. Now off stride second went Pointed-toed Peter L. Deer Run Billy's on a break. Talk At Me Turbo has jumped and run. They're by the opening quarter in 33 2/5. Around the turn. Don't forget Little Man. On top by 2 1/4. Talk At Me Turbo. Back trotting is second. They're off the turn and down the lane. They'll motor for the first time. Don't forget Little Man, the leader. Talk At Me Turbo is second. Now rolling up on the outside. Rose Run Wyatt coming on. Deer Run Billy shuffled fourth. They're by the half 104. Pete's Patient up on the outside. And the trailers Point-toed Peter L. Around the turn they go, and they're slugging on the front end. Don't forget Little Man at the rail. Rose Run Wyatt and Sean Barker at him on the outside second. These two slugging it out. Talk At Me Turbo is third. As they ramble over the 3/4 mile mark, Deer Run Billy fourth. They hit the 3/4 in 1:40 2. Midway around the turn. Don't forget Little Man and Danny Noble. Open up by 3 1/4. Talk At Me Turbo is off stride. Back on the inside, Rose Run Wyatt. Down the stretch they come. Don't forget Little Man is the leader. And he's going to put on. Don't forget Little Man. 2-10 1.
Dan Noble brought home, don't forget Little Man, miling 2-10 1, last quarter in 29 4.
6-5-1.
6-5-1 Good mile, eased up.
3 and 2. Change the half to 107.4. Correction on the half, 107.4. 140 and 2. The mile 210, 1/5. Don't forget Little Man. Back in front of the stands, winner of the third. First division for 2-year-old Colt Trotters, OCRA Colt Stake. The jackpot, $3,788. Debbie Schwartz, Spring Valley, Ohio. Deb Schwartz trains. Danny Noble, the winning driver. Number 6, Don't Forget Little Man. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Don't You Forget It. 210, 1/5. Results official. Pointed Toad, Peter L. 3. Deer Run Billy 4. Rose Run Wyatt 6. Talk at Me Turbo 5. Pete's Passion 2. Don't Forget Little Man, the winner. 33 and 2. 107 and 4. 140 and 2. 210 and 1. 3, 4, 6, 5, 2. 1 on the bottom, 210 and 1. Bring your horses on the track for the 4th. Win, place, show, perfecta, no changes.
Yeah, the odds-on favorite paid $360, $220, $210, and $651. The exactor of $6.5 paid $11. That's good money here at the fair. Now we've got 2-year-old trotting fillies coming up, the first of 2 divisions, and 6 of them. The standout qualifier is 6, Charlotte Kay, a Steve Carter trainee, Dan Mole in the sulky, who trotted her last mile, her first and last mile at Scioto, 2, 2, and 3, with the last quarter 29 and 4. That will be the eye on. We'll have the eye of the pie on number 6, Charlotte Kay. And now, a word from our sponsors.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Be there!
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rocket Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002.
Although it's been over 60 years ago, the legend still lives on. He was a local boy, or colt, that made good, real good. He was bred, born, and put through his lessons and started his racing career right here at Circleville. In 1952, George Van Camp, a pillar of Pickaway County and a lifelong devotee of harness racing, sent his 15-year-old trotting mare Conchita to the newest trotting sire in Ohio, Demon Hanover, the winner of the 1948 Hambletonian, the most prestigious stake for 3-year-old trotters in the world. Demon had been nicknamed Steamin' Demon, so that's what Mr. Van Camp decided to call his colt in 1953, Steamin' Demon, and maybe because he gave them a devil of a time. In the spring of 1955, at the Pickaway Matinee, Demon started out on the trot, but by the end of the mile he had smoothly switched to the pace as he won but was disqualified. It was a habit he had throughout his career. So in 1956, his conditioner Eddie Boyer put the hobbles on him to make him pace. And Demon won 22 races. He set the record at the old Hilliard's racetrack, and that fall in Lexington he took a mark of 2 minutes flat. He was the first horse from Circleville to do so. In 1957, Demon wanted to trot, and he climbed the ladder and ended up competing against the top trotters in the country in New York as he took award after award. He eventually earned over $242,000 lifetime and retired as a world champion double-gated horse with the mark of 158-4 on the pace and 159 on the trot. He definitely was the pride of Ohio and daily fodder for the sports pages, even after he retired to stand stud on Van Camp's farm just north of the center of town. To this day, throughout the country, if a trainer has a horse who will trot, then pace, then trot without making a misstep, they'll often laugh as they go along and call out, "Steamin' Demon," to any observers. But just remember to add Circleville, Ohio.
A little more about Steamin' Demon's sire was Demon Hanover, and he won the 1948 Hambletonian with Harrison Hoyt, who was the first amateur driver ever to win the prestigious trot. And Harrison Hoyt was a hat maker from Connecticut, and the day of the Hambletonian, which was held at Goshen, New York, he closed his factory and told all his employees, 85 of them, that if he come on down to Goshen, if I win the Hambletonians, you will have the day off with pay as well. And he literally jiggy-jogged in the Hambletonian, 2 straight heats, and they all went home happy. Now, Madeline Burrows was the next amateur and the last amateur to win that. But that's quite a feat. You're driving against the very best drivers in harness racing. And for an amateur to do that, it's amazing. It was a great horse. And he turned out to be a pretty good sire, too, as well. We'll be coming up to the post parade for today's 4th race. 2-year-old trotting fillies. The Pollock Family Trot. And a picture-perfect day here at Pickaway County. It is 82 degrees and bright skies with a few clouds. But a nice crowd to welcome back harness racing to Pickaway County. I see a lot of familiar faces, and it's good. The camping area is full, and we're getting back to normal. And I breathe a sigh of relief. Here comes the horses on the track for the 4th race, and we'll be turning you over to our announcer, Chris Patterson. He's been announcing the county fairs for over 50 years. These guys in the county fairs, incidentally, that announce, they've been doing this at Doug Ballinger, Bill Peters, Chris Patterson. They each have their own circuit, and to the south, to the west, and it's amazing how long they've been doing that. And it's just fun to be a lot of them just to enjoy themselves as much as I do. And it's a great time. And here comes one of the Smith boys. It's good to see everyone back racing. So our post parade will be coming up shortly.
4 out, 2 to go. 4 out, 2 to go.
We have 4 in, 4 out, and 2 in. So we are about ready to come for the post parade here in beautiful Circleville, Ohio.
All right, let's get them together, line them up, parade what we have in order. Here are the horses, race 4. First division, 2-year-old filly trot, trophy by the Pollock family, $5,194. Number 1 is Banker's Fortune. Black Magic Racing of New Albany, Ohio. Todd Luther trains. Tyler Smith, the driver. Number 2 is Whispering Willow. Ted Black of Kittering, Ohio. Mark Winters, the trainer. Jeff Nicesonger in the bike. Number 3 is Air Jordan L. Levan Stable of Woodstock. Hank Levan of Woodstock. Max Perry Cable. Trained and trained by Hank Levan. Number 4 is Duchess Van Flossen. Owned and trained by Mike Sowers, MacArthur, Ohio. Trevor Smith in the bike. 5 is Lady Fireworks. Owned, trained, and reigned by Dave Meyer, Sydney, Ohio. Number 6, Charlotte Kay. Tammy Carter of Londonderry. Adam Freeberg of New York. Case Gallagher, Michigan. Carter trains. Danny Noble gets the call. Win, place, show. Perfected, no changes. You got 3.
And as the water truck and the harrow make their final pass, this track is in great shape. It's just one of the nice racing surfaces we have in Ohio. But these nice 2-year-old trotting fillies, the Pollock family trot. And my eye is on number 6, Charlotte Kay. And Steve Carter's in Dan Noble. They teamed up for a 2-2 and 3 mile. And it's anybody's ball game now. Mike Wobenberg gets the starting gate in position. Wendy Ross, our outrider, on the far side of the track, keeping an eye on things, making sure it all goes smoothly. Got Smith, Noble, Nicesonger. As they're on the way to the backside and to the gate for tonight's 4th Tron race. 2-year-old filly Tron. First division here at Pickaway County Fair. in beautiful downtown Circleville.
Two filly trotters are all moving in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're up and trotting, going for the lead. Duchess Van Flossen in the middle of the track. Bankers Fortune at the rail. Whispering Willow got away third. All stride went Air Jordan. On top now comes Banker's Fortune and Tyler Smith. Whispering Willow is second. Down along the rail, trotting third. Charlotte Kay. They're by the opening quarter in 33 1/5. Around the turn over the 3/8 mile mark. Banker's Fortune and Tyler Smith show the way. Racing second, Whispering Willow. They're off the turn and down the lane they'll come for the first time. Banker's Fortune, the 2-year-old filly, shows the way. Now up on the outside comes Nice Summer with Whispering Willow. Duchess Van Flossen to the outside. They race over the halfway mile mark till to the 5/8. Banker's Fortune still with the lead by a head. Duchess Van Flossen puts the heat on the outside second. Whispering Willow in at the rail third. Racing down the backside for Charlotte Kay. Trotting fifth is Air Jordan. Lady Fireworks the trailer. 3/4 in 1:37. Banker's Fortune trying to take them all the way. On the outside comes Whispering Willow and Nice Summer. He'll head her to the outside. Danny Noble full of trot with Charlotte Kay 3 wide. Down the lane they come, Banker's Fortune. Between them, Whispering Willow. Outside, Charlotte Kay. In 2:08 1 in a thriller. 6-1-2. 6-1-2 unofficial. 33-1. 105-1. 137. 208-1. Back to the winner's circle, winner of the fourth. 2-year-old filly trot, first division. Trophy by the Pollock family, $5,194. Tammy Carter of Londonderry. Adam Freeland of Brooklyn, New York. Case Gallagher of Michigan. Steve Carter trains her. Danny Noble, the winning driver. Number 6, Charlotte Kay. 2-year-old bay filly by Triumph Caviar. 208-1. Danny Noble, back to back. Of course, Triumph Caviar. Her sire stands at Marion Beachy Farm, Sugar Creek, Ohio. Results official: Bankers Fortune 2, Whispering Willow 3, Air Jordan 4, Duchess Van Flossen 5, Lady Fireworks 6, Charlotte Kay, the winner. 33-1, 105-1, 137, 208, 1/5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 208 and 1. Bring your horses on the track for the 5th. Scratch number 6, 1, 2, 3, go. Win, place, show, perfecta. Here's some driver changes later on. 6th race, trifecta wagering. 5, crosswind, Layla, Chris Page. Page on the 5. 7, Rockin' Lexi, Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith 7, Page 5. Race 9, late daily double. That's a mid double. Mid double 9 and 10. Mid double. 2, Scarlet May, driver Austin Hanners. Austin Hanners steers the 2, Scarlet May. 4, Little Myth Molly, Terry Thompson Jr. Terry Thompson Jr. on the 4. Race 11, 5, Boom Dynamite, Danny Noble. 11-5, Noble. Keep them coming for the 5th. Bring them right on the track. And fans, now you're up to date.
And Charlotte Kay paid $6.20 to win. Had a nice little exactor of 6-1 of $8.40. She had in there in her first lifetime start. 2-8-1. Coming up next, we have the second division of the 2-year-old pacing fillies at the Pickaway County Fairs, and I'm looking at number 1. And a word from our sponsors, Big D's.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Be there!
Got a special guest next to me. He's just fresh in from the office at Grove City. It is his first visit to Circleville, Ohio in many, many years, since I was a young pup myself. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He did look familiar, but his name is, well, I won't even introduce him. You know him as The Voice.
How you doing, Tom? Well, didn't take me long to get here from Grove City.
Only 67 years.
Well, coming back, yeah. I will never forget my initial well, they only announced once here at Circleville, and that was in 1967. And John Fissel, who was the speed superintendent, I had to be at Xenia that night at 7:30. And with the pet parade at 5 o'clock, it was going to be tight. So Fissel arranged for Pickaway County Sheriff to take me to the Greene County line. Russ Bradley, the Greene County Sheriff, picked me up there, took me all the way into Xenia, made Xenia. It was also the same night that I auditioned for Pompano Park in Pompano Beach, Florida. So that was a big day, and I remember it well.
You must have arrived in Xenia white knuckled, though. That was sort of a fast trip.
Yeah, it was a fast trip, but that audition race, it was a non-winners $200 lifetime trot. And Bill Van Buren and Dick Wilson listened to that race. I talked to them for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes for the race, and I looked over in the grandstand, and they were gone after that race. And I said, oh, why couldn't they show up tomorrow night when the 3-year-old Colt Pacers in the first race? But then I got the job, and so everything worked out well.
And well, it doesn't seem that long, but I remember when you announced that down in Pompano, of course the Meadows, but the Brown Jug, it just, a friend of mine from Massachusetts showed up at the Meadows one day. He says, I've just heard the greatest announcer I've ever heard in my life. I says, oh, that's Roger Houston. But he is, Mr. Houston is the dean of announcing. And with that, I see the horses are on the track for tonight's fifth race. This afternoon, it's tonight. Well, I'm starting to get a little darker here. I keep in the shade.
Now there goes, see that gentleman right there? Bob Nash. He has PA system, photo finish, everything at all the county fairs here in Ohio. And he's a resident of Xenia, Ohio.
Xenia, everybody's from Xenia.
Steve Phillips.
Steve Phillips, his uncle, Steve Phillips, the original inventor of the starting gate, Steve Phillips. And he brought that around from fair to fair, racetrack to racetrack. And they said, well, we might try it, all that. But Delvin Miller was emphatic. He says, use this. This will change the sport of harness racing. We'll take it from the county fairs to the big time. He did. They put it at Roosevelt Raceway, 1946. And they started $1 million handle. It was unbelievable. Roosevelt was the world capital of harness racing. Of course, Pompano Park was the winter capital of harness racing. The horses are out on the track for tonight's fifth.
Perfecta. Here they are for the fifth. Second division 2-year-old pacing fillies. OCRA Colt State for $2,748. Number 1 is Western Rosie. Steve Carter, Londonderry. Jeff Brewer, Monroe. Carter trains. Dustin Bothman, the driver. 2 is Creekside Duchess. Steve Sexton, Xenia High. Dave Elliott, the trainer with Scott Cisco. 3 is Gonna Ball Right. Rush Creek Stable, Rushville, Ohio. Logan Powell, the trainer. Chris Page in the bike. 4 is Amy L. Levan Stable Incorporated of Woodstock. She's trained and trained by Hank Levan. And number 5, Not Just Any Girl. Keith Crawford, Circleville. Crawford trains. Keith Crawford in the sulky. 6 is scratched. 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. The fifth race here at Pickaway County Fair. We have several select pacing fillies, and I'm going to go with, I like the 1, Western Rosie, Steve Carter. Steve Carter has them ready. They are about ready to turn for the first, for the heat, for the second division of the pacing fillies. And our announcer, Chris Patterson, is calling him to the gate. Good luck.
2-year-old filly Pacers. Total purse here was $13,740. 5 divisions, so that means $2,748 up for grabs here in this one. Field of 6 to go postward. Gonna ball right. Chris Page for Logan Powell. Shows a couple qualifiers, 2-5 and 2-1 and 4 are up at Delaware. Amy L. 2-10 at Paulding, racing this week earlier. And Not Just Any Girl, 2:01 at Scioto Downs. 2 minutes and 2/5, Western Rosie. The 6-horse, 1, 2, 3, go. First start. In Ohio, you don't have to qualify to race at the county fairs. Has been scratched. Is that what that's?
That's what scribbled means.
Most people write X's across their program.
That means breaks.
I thought that was David Statz's autograph.
Top of the stretch.
He wanted to be a doctor when he was young.
Here they come. Up and pacing, Not Just Any Girl from the outside. Western Rosie down along the cones. Creekside Dutchie. Amy L on the outside. Page Grab Leather with Gunnaball right. All stride, Gunnaball right. Now with a brush on the outside, Levan. Amy L flies up on the outside and takes command. Just Any Girl is second. They're by the quarter and a good 30 1/5. Western Rose back pacing third. Back pacing fourth. Gunnaball right. They're off the turn and down the lane they'll come for the first time. On top of the field, it's Levan and Amy L piling to the quarter. Not Just Any Girl and Crawford right there second. Western Rosie third. Gunnaball right and Page fourth. They're by the half in 1 minute flat. Something went wrong with Western Rosie. Around the turn. Amy L's on a break and Creekside Duchess wasn't steering good. As they ramble down the backside. Gunnaball right and Chris Page now underway and powers up on the outside. Not Just Any Girl second. Up on the outside from third, Western Rosie. 1:32 and 2. He got a little better than 8 to come. And Gunnaball right and Page by half. Here's Bothman and Western Rosie. Full of pace on the outside second. Not Just Any Girl third. Down the stretch. Gunnaball right. Chris Page. Western Rosie second. Gunnaball right. 2:03 and 2.
Gunnaball right with Chris Page.
3, 1, 5. 30 and 1. 1 minute. 1:30 and 2. 2:03 and 2. Gunnaball right. Logan Powell and Page. Three, 1, 5 is official. Back in front of the stands, winner of the fifth. Second division for 2-year-old pacing fillies, OCRA Colt Stake, $2,748. Owned by Rush Creek Stable, Rushvania, Ohio. Logan Powell trains her. Chris Page, the winning driver. Number 3, Gunnaball Wright. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by All-American native. 203 and 2. Results official. Western Rosie 2. Creekside Duchess 5. Gunnaball Wright the winner. Amy L 4. Not just any girl 3. The bottom was out. 30 and 1. 1 minute. 132 and 2. 203 and 2. 251, 4-3, scratch, 203 and 3. Bring them on the track for the 6th. Put Page on the 5, Tyler Smith on the 7, and you'll have trifecta wagering.
Mr. Page with Gunnaball Wright paid $640, 210, and 3-1 exacta paid $13.80. Good mile, 32 and 2 for the 3/4, 203 and 2 for the final time for the 2-year-old pacing fillies. We're coming up to our sponsors break, and we'll be back for the 6th race, the 3-year-old pacing fillies 2nd division. 4 short pace.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rockin' Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The racing program also contains information on the horse, its connections, and its past performance. The one is Gypsy Merlot. The trainer, Alan Tomlinson. The driver, Sam Widger. His colors, maroon and blue. For the year, 1,440 starts. His win percentage, 19%. Place percentage, 15%. And a show percentage of 13%. In harness racing, we have what is known as the Universal Driver Rating System. It's much like a baseball batting average. Sam Widger's percentage for the year, 317. The breeder is Alan Tomlinson. Gypsy Merlot is a bay mare, 4 years of age. The father is Phelan Frisky. The mother, Bronwyn Sealster, whose daddy is Western Maverick. The trainer, Al Tomlinson. Tomlinson's statistics, 191 starts. A win percentage of 16%, place percentage 20%, and the show percentage at 9%. The Universal Trainer Rating System gives him a percentage of 301. The totals for Gypsy Merlot: lifetime, 30 starts, 18 wins, 3 seconds and 2/3, earnings of $121,204, took a mark of 151 and 2 at Hoosier Park as a 3-year-old. No starts in the year 2020. In 2019, however, 18 starts with 11 wins, 3 seconds and 0 thirds. Earnings of $89,271, and the horse took the mark of 151 2 at Hoosier as a 3-year-old. With that information, more help in understanding what is in our racing program. With us here on the broadcast today, David Stats. A little bit of everything. Presiding judge, speed superintendent, you name it, you do it about all.
I dabble in about everything to make harness racing go.
Now you basically Bucyrus, right?
I am from Bucyrus. Yeah, I'm the speed superintendent up there at Bucyrus. I'm not the presiding judge there. Gene Wiley's the presiding judge, but I am the associate judge there.
When's the fair?
We start July 20th and go through the 25th, and we are having a full fair, and our harness racing is the 22nd and 23rd. We have the 2-year-old Buckeye Stallion Colt Trotters this year, July 22nd at 5:30 p.m. post time.
Both days 5:30?
Both days at 5:30, yep.
Also, presiding judge at a number of racetracks. You were at Delaware, Ohio for the qualifiers, and you got some county fairs as well, don't you?
I got a couple county fairs, and I did the 3 qualifiers there at Delaware, and I got about 10 places I go as an associate judge.
Have you always kind of been involved in harness racing?
I got involved when I was about 11 years old. A local guy by the name of Jim Larrabee was a trainer driver and took me under his wing, and I really enjoyed training horses, but I knew there was a call for race officials, and I thought I was better suited for that.
You know those trophies that they give now that got a wooden base and then I don't know what, pewter or trotter and everything. You know who the driver is driving those trotters?
Well, I've heard the story that they think it's Jim Larrabee, the way he used to sit in the bike.
I guarantee you it is Jim Larrabee. They took a picture from county fairs in Ohio, and they developed that picture into those trophies, and the helmet was almost like identical to what he wore. And when I saw that the horse had 3 brace bandages and not a 4th, I knew it was Jim Larrabee.
That sounds about right. But Jim did teach me a lot over the years, and I appreciate everything that he did for me.
He's been a good friend all the years, and I guess his daughter, Annie, married to Matt Haley.
That is true, yep. And Jim moved away from Bucyrus last year. He retired. They moved out there to the Poconos to be closer to Matt and Annie with the granddaughter.
Well, Dave, what's your next location? Is it Bucyrus or where? Carrollton, I guess.
I actually go to Marion here. The 29th and 30th is to help associate judge there, and then Carrollton.
Well, thank you for stopping by, because we're moving right along in today's program here at Pickaway. You're just down here to watch the races, huh?
Yep, I felt great to come out and see live racing, so I had to come check out the fair.
That was the same way I felt about going to Scioto Downs last night, just to get out of the house and see something live for a change.
Yeah, it is great to seeing it live.
And a decent crowd here today, and some good horse racing to boot.
Yes, and they got a decent crowd, which is really great.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Roger.
Dave Stats from Bucyrus. Now, I'll tell you, just to see, as I look around, you see so many familiar faces. You can smile, you can see the smiles. It is great to be out and about. And we brought the horses are out on the track for the 6th race. Now, 6th race, we have the 2nd division of the 3-year-old pacing fillies. You have 7 horses, and they've all got starts under their belts this year, except for correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, believe me. The first start for Pine Little Annie, Whole Lot of Apples, Delilah Jane. And but the others have starts on the belts. Rockin' Lexi has been in 155 at Scioto already, and the Buckeye Stallion Series. And they have that looks like, I will say, what's the word, overlay? It looks like an overlay
in this field. And it also looks like it's going off at even money. That's for time. Now, race number 6 coming up.
Second division, 4 short memorial for 3-0 Philly Pacers, $3,116. One is Pine Little Annie. Rodney Harness trains with John Renard. 2, Just Call Me Lulu. She's trained by Jeff Ebersold, Danny Noble in the bike. 3, Whole Lot of Apples. Mark Rowe trains with Jeff Neislonger. Number 4 is Delilah Jane. She's trained and trained by Dave Meyer. 5, Crosswind Layla. Jessica Smith, the trainer, with Chris Page. Number 6, Marion Hanover. Dustin Arledge trains her. Austin Hanners, the pilot. And number 7, Rockin' Lexi. Larry Finn, the trainer. Tyler Smith in the sulky. 3 minutes till post. Page on the 5, Tyler Smith 7. Win Place Show, Perfecta, Trifecta Wagering.
Looking at the board, you don't really fair racing is more just enjoy yourself, watch the races, enjoy the crowd, enjoy the food. Just great to be out in the sunshine again. But once in a while, you might take a walk over to the mutual windows and place $2. It's funny because a lot of times, especially this time of year, there will be horses that go off, they don't have 1 cent bet on them. And there be no betting. If somebody puts $2 on it, it'd be a $200 ticket. And we all like to see one of those once in a while. But here's Roger. What's your idea on, what's your take on this race number 6?
You want the winner? Is that what you want?
I'm ready to run over the winner.
Is Brett Miller here? I mean, off of the paper, it's between the 5 and the 7. Crosswind Layla, Brett Miller. Rockin' Lexi, Larry Finn. Now, Larry Finn didn't drive earlier. He put up a Dan Noble to drive, but Noble's got a horse in here, so I know Noble's not driving that one. So I don't know if there's a driver change on the 7 or not. I don't have access to that information. As far as the betting public's going, looks like 4 to 5 on the 7, Rockin' Lexi, the 4 to 5 favorite. 5 to 2 on the 5 horse, Crosswind Layla. Now, Rockin' Lexi scores as a trailer in the 2nd tier. So I'm going to go with the 5, Crosswind Layla, and Brett Miller to win race 6. Well, depends who they put up if it's not Brett Miller. See, I'm different from a lot of people when they handicap races because I put a lot of weight into the driver. And Brett Miller, of course, one of the best here in the Buckeye State. Tyler Smith on the 7. Well, that's a plus. But I'm still going to go with the 5, Crosswind Layla, and Brett Miller.
Roger's absolutely right about putting a lot of weight in the driver, because especially when I sit in the sulky, because I'm a little bit over the limit right now.
But you know what drivers tell you? The drivers say it's 95% the horse. But I don't agree with them. You can take the best horse in the world and put up a bad driver, and the horse is going to get beat. You can put up a bad horse, you put up a good driver, that horse may race pretty dang good.
That's right. Yep. Years ago, a fellow from, he was from West Virginia, once said to me, he says, you got to have something between the shafts up there. He's a very, but I've seen drivers pick up horses just you say where'd they come from, and no, you're not getting the microphone. No,
Hervé Filion came into the meadows one time and had a driving match with Tim Buter, who was the leading driver at the meadows. Hervé won 6 of the 10 races that day. All 6 horses took lifetime marks, and he never lifted the whip once in the race. So you tell me a driver don't mean a lot.
The gate, they're moving behind the gate. Here's Chris Patterson.
They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Trot and Pacing. Crosswinds Layla from the outside. Whole lot of apples between them. Just Call Me Lulu at the rail as they race into the first turn. Up on the outside, 3 wide, goes Crosswinds Layla and Page to the front end. Whole lot of apples is second. Racing third, Pine Lane Annie. Just Call Me Lulu fourth. They're by the quarter and 30 2/5. Crosswind Layla the leader. Now Page starts to shut her down on the front end. Crosswind Layla by 2. Whole lot of apples racing second. They're off the turn and coming down the lane for the first time. Up on the outside, Rockin' Lexi puts the heat on. They're by the half, 1 minute, 3/5. Up on the outside from fourth, Just Call Me Lulu. As they race around the turn, Rockin' Lexi and Tyler Smith pokes ahead in front. Crosswinds Layla Page will battle right back on the inside. Under a crack of the whip, whole lot of apples. Up on the outside fourth, Just Call Me Lulu, Pine Little Annie. 3/4 in 1:31 4, and Rockin' Lexi pokes the neck in front. Crosswind Layla and Chris Page now battles back again. These two still slugging it out. They fire down the lane, and Rockin' Lexi on the outside takes the lead. Crosswind Layla back to second. Cover the wire. Big Trip, Big Mile, Rockin' Lexi. 2:03 and 3.
Looks like 7-3-5. Skin 'em alive. And here's Misty Houston.
I'll tell you, Chris Page was driving the 5, Crosswind Layla. He wanted the front end. He got the front end. But what a price to pay, 3 wide to the quarter. And that did the 5, Crosswind Layla in. And Rockin' Lexi and Tyler Smith gets the victory. 7-3-5 in the 6th.
3-5. 30 and 2. 1 minute, 3/5. 1:31 and 4. 2:03 and 3. Rockin' Lexi for Larry Finn and Tyler Smith.
It was the 4th start this year for Rockin' Lexi, a 3-year-old filly by Rockin' Amadeus. She's had...
In the winner's circle, winner of the 6th, second division of the 4th Short Memorial. for $3,116. Brian Witt, Cedarville, Ohio. Larry Finn trains her. Tyler Smith in the sulky. Number 7, Rockin' Lexi. 3-year-old Bay filly by Rockin' Amadeus. First of the season. 203 and 3. Roughing it for 5/8 of a mile. Results official. Pine Little Annie 5, Just Call Me Lulu 4, Whole Lot of Apples 2, Delilah Jane 6, Crosswind Layla 3, Marion Hanover 7, Rockin' Lexi the winner. 30 and 2, 1 minute 3/5, 131 and 4, 203 and 3, 542, 63, 71, 203 and 3. Bring your horses on the track for race 7. You'll have win, place, show perfecta with no changes.
Again, a nice mile by Walker.
Attention horsemen, you can pick up checks for
And the 2, 3, and 3. And we're waiting for the odds. She went off at 2 to 5. Is it 280, 260, 220, 735. Skin 'em alive. Exacta paid. 31.40. Do my eyes deceive me? Well, the 3, $11 to place. But coming up next is the second division of the 2-year-old trotting colts. And I'm going to look for Roger Hughes Jr., owned and trained. Street Gossip. And a word from our sponsor.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Be there!
Text trivia. What was the fastest time ever by a trotter on a mile track? Was it A, 149 and 1, B, 149, or C, 148 and 4? Text your answer to 614-633-5554. That's 614-633-5554. The first and the fifth correct text wins. The correct answer was C, 148 and 4. Homicide Hunter, 6-year-old gelding by Cantab Hall, won by trotting a mile in an astounding 148 and 4 at Lexington, Kentucky in October of 2018. Manchingo, a 4-year-old mare by Muscle Hill, flew to a time of 149 in 2019. It leaves us waiting and wanting for the new season to commence again.
Well, coming up now to the 7th race, and the horses are on the track. The 2-year-old Colt Trot, and 6 horses. As again, we're looking for Roger Hughes, Street Gossip.
Here are the horses, race 7. Second division for 2-year-old Colt Trotters, $3,788. Number 1 is Triumph Prince. Kim Daly, the trainer, with Kevin Snyder. 2, Street Gossip, owned and trained by Roger Hughes Jr. and driven by Hughes Jr. 3 is Jay's On My Feet L, trained and trained by Hank Levan. 4, Super Son, trained and driven by Tammy Hartman. Number 5 is Big Riggin' Joe, Roy Burns, the trainer, with Casey Burns. And number 6, Ethan's Fire. Dustin Arledge trains Tyler Smith in the sulky. 3 minutes, no changes.
So Schwartz, I'm not sure exactly what is it. Are you executive secretary or what is it of the Ohio Colt Racing Association?
Well, I'm the treasurer of the Ohio Colt Racing Association.
Oh, you got all the money.
I have the money in the bank, Roger. The money's in the bank. The money goes out to all our fairs, probably 2 weeks before they're ready to race. We're up to Ottawa right after Circleville here. We did the draw there this morning. They've got 12 races on the Tuesday night card. New post time there, 3:30, not 5 o'clock as published in your Huff's Guide.
Now, they race Tuesday and Wednesday, both days at 3:30?
Yes, sir.
That's Putnam County Fair in Ottawa, Ohio. How many fairs are involved in the Ohio Colt Racing Association?
There's 20 fairs, and we go here. Circleville's the first one, and Lancaster in October will be the last.
Now, is it true that the Ohio Colt Racing Association was the first stake association in the Buckeye State?
Well, we believe so. It was established in 1933, and we've been going strong since then.
I knew it had been since 1960 because in those years I had Lebanon, Troy, Xenia, Greenville, all ORCA events.
Yep, and the gal you were talking to in my shoes back then was Stella Hagemeyer.
Oh, Stella. I get goosebumps every time I think about her because she was the queen of harness racing, so to speak, here in the Buckeye State back in the 60s and the 70s, and just a great lady.
Yeah, Stella was a blazing matriarch of the Ohio Colt Racing Association.
I know I'd go to those county fairs, and I'm atrociously early wherever I go, an hour and a half, 2 hours before post time. And Stella liked to go to the fairs that I was there because I'd get there 2 hours early, and I'd help her get all the driver changes and all the payments in and everything like that. And it was a pleasure to work with her at Wilmington and all those fairs.
Well, we'll try to follow in Stella's footprints. So if you happen to find yourself in Ottawa and I'm having trouble getting all the entry fees in, you sit right down and we'll put you to work.
Well, there's a slight chance I could be in Ottawa Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll know more in a day or so, but I don't think I'll be getting there about 2 hours ahead of time because I got a regular job in the mornings at least.
And it's a little bit of a hike.
I think Doug Ballinger told me, 107 miles from Grove City, so I figure 2 hours the most. They're going to the post. Lisa Swartz.
Starter Mike Wapkenberg is calling them in. Second division, 2-year-old Colt Trotters are all moving in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. Ethan's fires on a break. Up and trotting, Triumph Prince going for the lead. Street Gossip on the outside. Jay's on My Fidel got away third. Racing fourth, Big Riggin' Joe, Super Sun. Ethan's fire the trailer. As they race to the backside, up on the outside, Street Gossip and Roger Hughes Jr. to the front. Triumph Prince is second. Jay's on My Fidel on the van trotting third. Big Riggin' Joe fourth, 31-2. Back trotting fifth, Super Sun, and Ethan Fire has did it again. Around the turn, over the 3/8 mile mark. Street Gossip opens up as Triumph Prince has went on a break. So is a wheeling deal for the halfway mile mark. It's all Street Gossip, and he's pouring it on over to the half. Back trotting. Second is Johnny's on My Fidel. They're by the half, 102-1. Big Riggin' Joe and Casey Burns trotting third. Back trotting fourth, Triumph Prince. Big Riggin' Joe and Ethan Fire the trailer. To the backside they go. Street Gossip, the 2-year-old bike Cash-All. He struts his stuff and opens up by 23. Racing second, Jay's on My Fidel. Coming to the outside from third, Big Riggin' Joe. 3/4 trucked in 136. Midway around the final turn. It's all Street Gossip and Roger Hughes Jr. And this baby's pouring it on as he opens up by 27. Jay's on My Feet second. Big Riggin' Joe's third. Down the lane. Put a ring around. Street Gossip showing his heels to the field. On My Feet second. Big Riggin' Joe gets the showdown.
Number 2, Street Gossip. He done walked the talk, winning by 27. Mile in. '27 is open. But he went off at, are you ready, folks? 7-2.
2, 3, 5. 31-2, 102-1, 136, 208-2.
Hughes is on the way back to the winner's circle for a photo of Conrad.
Back to the winner's circle, winner was 7th. Second division for 2-year-old Colt Trotters, owned by Roger Hughes Jr. of Jamestown, Ohio. Hughes Jr., the trainer. Roger Hughes Jr., the winning driver. Number 2, Street Gossip. 2-year-old bay colt by Cash Hall. Kicked her butt. 208 and 2. Bring your horses on the track for the 8th. Bring your horses on the track for the 8th. We'll have a complete order finish when it's available. 2, 3, 5, official.
Waiting on the payoffs. 2, 3, 5, I believe. We might have to get out the calculator for this because there's a couple of. Well, 2 was the favorite, co-favorite with the 6.
Tammy Hartman, Tyler Smith, starting gate right away, please. Tammy Hartman, Tyler Smith, starting gate, call the judges stand right away, please.
I think. We have a little judges' discussion between Tammy Hartman, and Tyler Smith. And they're talking to Mike Wopkenberg, our starter. They still haven't posted the final odds. The suspense is killing me. The only horse in that race, the only colt, was Street Gossip. That showed any decent time. Hank Levan's Jay's on My Feet shows 1 mile and 2.6. His first qualifier in Delaware. Last week at Paulding, he made a break, cut the mile.
Results are now official for the 7th. Number 1 Triumph Prince finished 5th, disqualified, place 6th. He ran all the way in the stretch. Street Gossip, the winner. Jay's on My Feet, L2. Super Sun finished 6th, place 5. Big Riggin' Joe 3, Ethan Fire 4. 31 and 2, 102 and 1, 136, 208 and 2. Top down, 5 place 6, 1, 2, 6 place 5, 3, 4, 208 and 2. It's happened for the 8th.
Number 2, Street Gossip, paying $9 for 23.20. The 2-3 Exacta, $24.40. And that looks a good mile. We have 2 text trivia winners. Is Jennifer Main from Livonia, Michigan, and Linda Murray from Carter, Massachusetts. Congratulations. You've won the OHHH prize package. Actually, it's a prize package, and you'll be getting that soon in the mail. And now, a word from our sponsors.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Be there!
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancin' Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rockin' Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002.
The heart of a racing program is the charted line. In this instance, we're going to take a look at 2 horses. The 1, Gypsy Merlot, and the 3, Rosemary Rose. Now we're going to look at Gypsy Merlot. Racing on the 16th of May in the year 2020. The 13th race at Scioto Downs on a track rated fast and a temperature of 73 degrees. It was a qualifying race to show that the horse is capable of going a good mile and ready for competition. The opening quarter was in 28 and 4. The half, 59 and 3. The leader was at the 3 quarters in 127 and 3. And the finish time for the winner, 155 and 2. You'll note the Gypsy Merlot had post 5, and in this instance went wire to wire on top of the field for every step, coming a final quarter in 27 and 4 with an individual winning time of 155 and 2. Now we want to take a look at a different charted line, that of the 3, Rosemary Rose. At the quarter was 5th, 6 1/4 lengths off the leader. At the half, 5th, 5 3/4 lengths behind the leader. At the 3 quarters, Rosemary Rose was still 5th, but was only 3 lengths off the leader. And note the 0 there. That means moving on the outside. Top of the stretch had moved up to be 2nd, 4 lengths behind the leader. And at the finish wire, Rosemary Rose a winner by a half a length with a final.
Mission for 2-year-old Trotting fillies, $2,748. Number 1 is Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, trained by Brian Haynes, the driver, Chris Page. Number 2, Mile Cruiser, Dave Elliott trains, Scott Cisco, the driver. Number 3, Can't We All Get Along, Jeff Smith, the trainer, Trevor Smith in the bike. 4 is Hang On Cowgirl. She's trained by Metters with Chris Presley. Number 5, Dee Dee Did It. Carter trains, Dustin Bothman. 3 minutes, this field's going to the gate.
8th race. It's the 2-year-old pacing fillies 3rd division. And 5 fine young ladies, but I'll tell you, there are a couple of finer young ladies in here. Well, this is a good field. But the standout again is DD Did It. Number 5. Qualified at Scioto. 28-2. Last quarter and the mile in 158-1. The very first time she was on the racetrack. And not behind her, too far, is Hang On Cowgirl. Qualified in 59-3 last quarter in 29 flat. And then there's Smooth Tastin' was that whiskey. That's tough. They get these very creative names nowadays, and this old fella has a tough time reading them out. But it's Brian Hayes and Chris Page team up. It's a Nob Hill High filly, and she qualified at Delaware, half-mile track. And 59-1 last quarter and 28-1. Now, looking at the half miles, the 5/8 and the others, I'd have to go with Smooth Haston Whiskey and Chris Page from the rail. The Nob Hill High, kind of a nice young stud. He stands here in Ohio, as they all do. I hope, yes, of course. But, yeah, I'm going to go with the 1-5. Of course, we've got a 1-5 up on the board. In fact, the 1 is 1-5. But fine day. This is, again, the 3rd division. Total purse of $13,740. And this division goes for $2,748. Nice crowd. They've settled in their spot here at spots at Circleville. They're comfortable. They're backing away from the sun because you can get a good burn out on the first day of summer, 2020. Horses are now moving in. We'll get ready to call from Chris Patterson, the voice of Circleville.
Top of the stretch. Rough and trotting. Mal Cruiser going for the lead. Hang On Cowgirl up on the outside second. Down along the rail third. Can't We All Get Along? Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, and DD Did It ducked and tucked sixth. Down the back lane they go. On top is Smooth Tennessee Whiskey, leads the way. Hang On Cowgirl is second, Mal Cruiser third. Can't We All Get Along? And DD Did It. They're in straight alignment past a quarter in 31-4. Around the turn, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. And Chris Page shows the way by a length and a quarter. Hang On Cowgirl. And Presley is stocking second. Mal Cruiser and the Cisco Kid third. Can't we all get along? 103 and 3. DD did it. Under a big hold for Bossman, but trails. A lot of ground to make up, but here he comes from last. At the 5/8 mile mark, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey leads the way. Here comes Mal Cruiser. Moving up on the outside for Cisco second. Hang on, Cowgirl third. 3 wide, DD did it, and Bossman under a crack of the whip. 3/4 over there in 1:35. Page has got company. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, the leader. Now Cruiser on the outside. DD did it, put on a big move, but hangs on the outside third. Down the stretchy calves, and Page is pouring it on now. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. Now Cruiser second. 2:03 and 3. One, two, three. 31 and 4. 103 and 3. 136. Excuse me. 135. 3/4. 135. 2:03 and 3. Wow. Back half in a minute. 28 and 2 last. 1, 2, 3.
That cost you $24.
It's official. 1, 2, 3. If you're marking your program, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need the green number 1 saddle pad return. Green number 1 pad.
1, 2, 3. Just for me. As they stroll down triumphantly
Back
to
in
the
front
winner's
of the
circle.
stands. Very impressive. Winner of the 8th. Third division for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Owned by Brian Haynes of Washington Courthouse. Aha, Brian trains her. Chris Page, the winning driver. Number 1, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Nob Hill. 2:03 and 3. Final half in a minute. Last quarter, 28 and 2. And she's ready for the Sire Stakes. That's a diving double on today's card for the talented Chris Page. Top down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 31 and 4, 103 and 3, 135, 203 and 3. Very, very impressive. Bring them on the track for the 9th. In the 9th race, win, place, show, perfected, daily double, middle double, 9 and 10. Put Austin Hanners on the 2. And Terry Thompson Jr. will guide the 4. Let's go, need 6 of you, bring them on the track.
And yeah, Smooth Haston Whiskey. Brian Haynes owned and trained. 2-year-old filly by Nob Hill High with Chris Page. Just airing on it, just coasting coming for home. Last quarter in 28 and 3. Coming up next in the 9th, we have the 4th division of the 2-year-old pacing fillies. And looks like I'm going to go with Mr. Carter again on the 1. Cruising through time. We'll be back shortly.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rockin' Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Although it's been over 60 years ago, the legend still lives on. He was a local boy, or colt, that made good, real good. He was bred, born, and put through his lessons and started his racing career right here at Circleville. In 1952, George Van Camp, a pillar of Pickaway County and a lifelong devotee of harness racing, sent his 15-year-old trotting mare Conchita to the newest trotting sire in Ohio, Demon Hanover, the winner of the 1948 Hambletonian, the most prestigious stake for 3-year-old trotters in the world. Demon had been nicknamed Steamin' Demon, so that's what Mr. Van Camp decided to call his colt in 1953, Steamin' Demon, and maybe because he gave them a devil of a time. In the spring of 1955, at the Pickaway Matinee, Demon started out on the trot, but by the end of the mile he'd smoothly switched to the pace as he won but was disqualified. It was a habit he had throughout his career. So in 1956, his conditioner Eddie Boyer put the hobbles on him to make him pace. And Demon won 22 races. He set the record at the old Hilliard's racetrack, and that fall in Lexington he took a mark of 2 minutes flat. He was the first horse from Circleville to do so. In 1957, Demon wanted to trot, and he climbed the ladder and ended up competing against the top trotters in the country in New York as he took award after award. He eventually earned over $242,000 lifetime and retired as a world champion double-gated horse with the mark of 158-4 on the pace and 159 on the trot. He definitely was the pride of Ohio and daily fodder for the sports pages, even after he retired to stand stud on Van Camp's farm just north of the center of town. To this day, throughout the country, if a trainer has a horse who will trot, then pace, then trot without making a misstep, they'll often laugh as they go along and call out, "Steamin' Demon," to any observers. But just remember to add Circleville, Ohio. And we're coming up to the 9th race here at Pickaway County. Talking with Mr. Frank Frass of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association, our coordinator, and Roger. Roger just got up right up the starting gate. Now, if you come to the county fairs, and
I've been on the air more than he has.
Thank you, I need that. But if you come to the county fairs during the summertime, you will have an opportunity to ride in the starting gate. It's quite an experience. It gives you a whole perspective, different view of the horses, the grandstand, and as they wing around.
You know, you're talking about the view in the starting gate. The horse's eyes, to me, they got regular emotions in their eyes when they're coming to the gate. And then you look at the drivers, and none of them smiling. No, deadpan, serious expressions on their face, you know.
It actually is like I won't say a battle, but you focus when you get behind that gate, and you focus on the horse. You can't look at the other drivers to let them know what you're thinking or what they're thinking, but you just got to keep them on the side of your eye. And when that gate's at go, it is just like trying to steal home from third base. Everyone scrambles for position, and nobody will give you a break because they all want to make money. And they just look at you, and they'll always say this, take a seat behind me, you know, and they'll say, well, I'm hung out here, and they'll say you'll stay there too. But
it's watch all the, as Roger said, the horses' emotions in their eyes. They just look at you, and they're ready to roll too.
If you ever get the opportunity to ride in the starting gate, definitely take advantage of that, because it's an experience that even a lot of horsemen have not experienced. Even drivers or owners or trainers, caretakers, you name them, they get a chance to ride in the starting gate for the first time. It's an experience that they've never had, and it's quite a thing.
Yeah, I was at Muskingum County Fair a couple of years ago, and Mike says to me, of course I'm not a petite little fella, I'm kind of a big lummox. And
back in the late 60s and early 70s when I was at Pompano, the starter was Bud Jenny from here in Ohio, and he gave me the opportunity to start qualifiers one day, and I'm glad I didn't have to control the accelerator. It would have been a little too much for me. But even the job of, I know for a starter, he gets used to it. But when you get the opportunity to actually be a starter or go when they're going training trips or something like that, that in itself is another experience that you'll love. Deal of a starter is to try and get everybody off on a fair footing and things like that. And it's not as easy being a starter as a lot of people think it is, because you want to be fair, but when you get a horse making a break or acting up, you can't hurt the ones that are doing what they're supposed to do for that horse that's acting up. So a lot of people feel
Roger Hughes Jr.
There should be a recall pool or something like that, but I never could see penalizing the guys that are horses that are doing everything right for a horse that makes a break or something like that.
And the horse itself, when they get behind a gate, if you haven't been schooled, or if they haven't had the opportunity to get behind the gate, that's completely different to them. And as again, a horse is a flight animal. They see something, any danger, they don't want to hang around. They want to get out of there. And you have a 1,300-pound horse. You're behind there trying to control them, the bad actors. But and that's the judge, the starting judge keeps an eye on things like that, and he'll say, take them off the gate, or lag behind, or come up, bring them up the gate. But yes, the gate again. I know they definitely at Delaware, Ohio, they give rides in the starting gate. It's luck by the draw. And they've had people, Mike's come up to me, he says, people come up, he says, some of them, they can't say what they said, but they said that what a great experience that was. And as Rod just said, the grooms, the trainers, they don't get behind the chance to get behind the gate. And when they do, okay, so just a quick look at the ninth race. 2-year-old pacing fillies, and here they are, the call to post, the post parade.
Post parade, 4th division for 2-year-old pacing fillies, $2,748. Number 1 is cruising through time. Carter trains her, the driver Dustin Bothman. 2 is Scarlet May. Dustin Arley's the trainer, the pilot Austin Hanners. Number 3 is Tripler. She's trained by Mark Rowe, Jeff Nicesonger in the bike. 4 is Little Myth Molly. Steve Baker trains her, Terry Thompson Jr. driving. Number 5 is Ducey, trained and trained by Hank Levan. And number 6, Lee's Creek Fleisch. Brett Swartz trains the driver, Scott Sisko. Win Place Show, Perfecta, Daily Double.
Yes, coming up, night race. All right, I'm going to go through this fine.
Lots to talk about here.
Yes, well, they have all this racing experience. They got one that's been in the Braille horse, Dustin Bothman, driving for Steve Carter, Cruising Through Time. 2-year-old filly by Yankee Cruiser out of I Killed Time by Western Ideal has been timed in the qualifier at Scioto. 2-1-4. Last quarter 28-2. Scarlet May, first time starter. Tippler, Little Miff Molly, first time starter. This is Lee's Creek Flash. Now Doozy, Hank Levan, was interfered at Paulding and paced a mile in 2:13.4. But they're all first-time stars except for the 5, Doozy. But Dustin Bosman, Cruising Through Time, has the time of 2-1-4 under her belt. And that looks like I would go with. And I think the public at 8-5 agrees. Roger. Very successful leading trainer, Steve Carter. You know, what do you want to do?
Field of 6 coming up here, and his 2-year-old filly, 4th division for the Pacers. Only one horse shows any action on a racetrack. That's Cruising Through Time. Shows a qualifying mile at Scioto. 2-1-4 with a final quarter 28-2. We've got a Yankee Cruiser, 2 Racing Hills,
Less than one.
an Artificial, a Woodstock, and the FT Jasper. These 2-year-old fillies to go postward. Betting favorite, 4-5. The 1, Cruising Through Time. They're jumping all over the horse that at least shows the line. 8-5 on the 2, Scarlet May. Local horse here, trained by Dustin Arledge, son of Jim Arledge Jr. They're going to the post. 9th race. 2-year-old filly Pacers.
Gates rolling. Here they come. Up and pacing, Cruising Through the Time, going for the lead. Little Myth Moth up on the outside will drop in second. Getting away third, Scarlet May. Tripler is 4th. Deucey, Lee's Creek Flash will grab Leather and Duck. Down the back lane they go, Bothman and Cruising Through Time. The Yankee Cruiser shows the way. Little Myth Molly racing second for Thompson. Scarlet May 3rd, Tripler, Nice Songer 4th. 32 seconds, Deucey and Levan looking them over 5th. Lee's Creek Flash, the Artificial, trails 6th. Around the turn over to the 3/8 mile marker. Cruising Through Time. And Bothman, he's got a nice hold on her and leads it by 2. Little Myth Moffy racing second. Austin May 3rd, Tripler made a break. Deucey moves in 4th, Lee's Creek Flash, and Tripler the trailer. They're by the half. 103-2, and Bothman still got the big stranglehold on Cruising Through Time. She leads it by a length and a quarter. Little Myth Moth, the racing second for Thompson. Racing third is Scarlet May. And Hanner says go with her. Up on the outside, Lee's Creek Flash, Ducey on the inside. Tripler the trailer, 3/4, 134 and 2. Midway around the turn, and Bothman's on cruise control. Cruising through time, poured it on. Little Miff Moth does her best second. Scarlet May to the outside third, down the stretch. By 10, as many as she wants. Cruising through time. Little Miff Molly just hold second.
Cruising through time on cruise control.
142, 32, 103 and 2, 134 and 2, 204 and 4.
She is on top by 10. The 8-5, 1-2 favorite. Second favorite, the 2, was finished third. Now we have Little Miff Molly at 30-1. This will be an interesting exacta. This is like some of the surprises you might catch at the fairs.
It's official 1-4-2. Back to the winner's circle, winner of the 9th, 4th division for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Owned by Tammy Carter of Londonderry, Adam Friedman of Brooklyn, New York. Steve Carter trains her. Dustin Bothman in the bike, number 1, cruising through time. 2-year-old bay filly by Yankee Cruiser. 204 and 4, final half in 101 and 2. Of course, her sire, Yankee Cruiser, standing at Midland Acres. And fans, that's a training double today on the card for Steve Carter. It's official, cruising through time, the winner. Scarlet May 3, Tripler 6, Little Miss Moffy 2, Ducey 5, Lee's Creek Flash 4, 32, 103 and 2, 134 2, 204 and 4, 136, 254, 204 and 4. Bring them on the track for the 10th. Win, place, show, perfecta, trifecta.
Let me call you on the phone.
All right, sports fans, hold your horses. We have
bring them on the track for the 10th.
We have the 1-4 exacta, while the cruising through time went off the favorite, paid $3 flat, 220, 240. 1-4 exacta. Are you ready, folks? $71.20, which is a great exacta on a great day. And coming up is the 3-year-old filly paces, the 3rd division of the Forest Short Pace. 10th race, purse of $3,116. We have 6 fillies going to post after a word from our sponsor.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Be there!
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rocket Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002.
Our feature today is information that will help you better understand our racing program. In this instance, it is race number 6 at Scioto Downs on Friday, May the 22nd. Now this race is a filly and mare open event. Post position 1 was assigned to Gypsy Merlot. The other spots were luck of the draw. Driver Chris Page had a choice to make as he was named on 2 horses. He chooses the 3 over the 5. The purse is $18,000. A breakdown on that purse, 50% goes to the winner, $9,000. The second place finisher gets 25%, or $4,500. Third place is 12%, which equals $2,160. The fourth place finisher, 8%, or $1,440. And the fifth place finisher, 5%, a check for $900. Now the wagering options in this race, they have exacta and trifecta wagering. In the exacta, you must pick the correct order of finish of the first 2 horses. Pick them 1, 2 to have a winning exacta ticket. In the trifecta, you pick them in the correct order of first, second, and third. Yes, pick them 1, 2, 3 to have a winning trifecta ticket. With that information, we hope it makes it a bit easier for you to understand our racing program.
Coming up to the 10th race here, Pickaway County Fair. We have 6 3-year-old pacing fillies. And they're all, the only one that has only one line is Violet's Rainbow. She's a 3-year-old artificial filly by Angels and Demons by Artscape. And qualified at Scioto. And 57. Sandy Beatty, driving for Mark Wagner, last quarter in 27-3. So the other filly shows 54, 55, 55. This is a powerful field, and I got Mr. Wiggles, Big Bad John, Yankee Cruiser again in the world of rock and roll. Well-bred Ohio fillies, good drives, good Ohio's. We have Bo Brown, on the 6th, Dr. Lisa, and coming off a qualifying mile of 57-1 at Scioto. That was her first start this year. When these horses can come right out of the barn like they do and go in 57, we've had a rough time the past 2 months, but these folks had to keep working. They couldn't take time off on the horses. They had to keep them moving. If they didn't keep them moving, after 30 days, the horse will shut down, and you'll have to start from base one. So they had to keep them training, jogging, and feeding. So we've had a tough time the past time, but we're through. We got through it, and basically, as we say, we are racing, and we are Ohio strong. The horses are turning towards to go to the gate as soon as Mike brings it around the paddock turn. And we have time for the post parade for today's 10th race, the Four Short. Four Short, incidentally, he started very, very late in life. He was an auditor here at Pickaway County, and his brother, Harry Short, drove. He was a good colt man. And Harry Short became the leading driver in North America back in the 50s. And he drove that until he was into his 70s. He was and as we've always said, talent does not age. We have fair drivers in their 80s. Here is the post parade for the 10th race.
They want me to come to Portland. He first told me not to come. Now here are the horses for the 10th. Third division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. This is the Four Short Memorial. One is Jiglin Jenna. John Fitzgerald, the trainer, with Hank Levan. Number 2 is John's Flighty Girl. Carter trains her. Dustin Bothman aboard. 3 is Cruising the Night. She's trained by Daryl Hoosier. Doc Holliday up. 5 is Violet's Rainbow. Mark Wagner, the trainer, with Trevor Smith. Number 5 is Meadowland Carmen. Metters trains with Chris Presley. And number 6 is Dr. Alicia. Mark Winters, the trainer. Bo Brown in the sulky. Win, play, show, perfecta, trifecta wagering. 3 minutes.
Now this is a wide open field, but there's a couple of things that stand out to me. That is like the 2 qualifiers with Cruising the Night, both in 57, 58, 57-3. The other one's in 58-2. In the last quarter, 28-2 and 29-3. First time Lasix. And that was like a 3-second improvement this year. So 2 qualifiers under her belt. The 3-year-old filly by Yankee Cruiser might do. Ken Holiday in the bike. And of course, John's Flighty Girl, another Steve Carter trainee, owned by Steve and Tammy Carter of Londonderry, Ohio. She's been in 55 last week. This looks like a good field. And starter extraordinaire, Ohio's own Mike Wolkenberg, is Steering the starting gate up. He's in position. And we are just about ready to roll at Pickaway County Fair in Circleville.
Moving up and moving in for the 10th. Third division, 3-year-old filly pacers, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, cruising the night, fires for the lead. 3 wide, Meadowland Carmine and Presley to the front end. Wiggling Jenna down along the cones. Racing forth, John's Flirty Girl, Violet's Rainbow, and Dr. Alicia. Down the back lane they go, and Presley's made the front with Meadowland Carmine. Cruising the night and Holiday second. Woodriggling Jenna third. They're by the corner in 31 seconds. John's Flighty Girl fourth. Violet's Rainbow pacing 5. And Dr. Alicia is your trailer 6th. They're still straight alignment, and they'll come roaring off the turn for the first time. Meadowland Carmine and Presley by a length of the quarter. Cruising the Night is right there second. They're by the half in 101 and 3. To the outside fourth comes John's Flighty Girl, Violet's Rainbow, and Dr. Alicia. To the back lane they travel. Meadowland Carmine still there. Wiggling Jenna is second. John's Flighty Girl up on the outside, cruising the night away, is locked in the box. As they fire down the backside to the 3/4 mile mark. 3/4, 132 and 2. On top of the field is Meadowland Carmine. Wiggling Jenna puts the pressure on with Levan on the outside. And down the stretch they come. And Wiggling Jenna now soars to the front end. Coming to the wire, Wiggling Jenna. Violet's Rainbow, Meadowland Carmine. One, 4, 5, 31, 101 and 3, 132 and 2, 2 minutes, 2/5.
That mile by Wiggling Jenna, driven by Hank Levan, was a new lifetime mark. 2 minutes and 2/5 here at Circleville. She had a mark last year, 2-3 and 2 out at Mount Gilead up tomorrow. That was a wet mile too. Track was off. We had rain. In fact, one of the days was rained out. But we have 1, 4, 5. The 4, one going off at 7-2. The
official 1, 4, 5.
And that 4 was surprisingly went off even money. But there were 3 favorites. Great mile, last quarter 28 flat, I believe.
Back to the winner's circle, winner of the 10th, third division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. The 4 short memorial, $3,116. John Fitzgerald, Marysville, Ohio. Fitzgerald trains her. Hank Levan's the winning driver. Number 1, Wiggling Jenna. 3-year-old brown filly by Mr. Wiggles. 2 minutes, 2/5. That's a new mark for her. And 2 wins on today's card for driver Hank Levan. Official Wiggling Jenna the winner. John's Flighty Girl 4. Cruising the Night 5. Violet Rainbow 2. Middleland Carmen 3. Dr. Alicia 6. 31, 101 and 3, 132 and 2. 2 minutes, 2/5. 145, 236. 2 minutes, 2/5. Bring your horses on the track for the 11th. Danny Noble on the 5. Boom. Dynamite.
Another nice little surprise for a beautiful afternoon. It was Wiggling Jenna paying $9.20, $3.40, and with the 4, Violet's Rainbow. Add a little color to your life. You exacta paid $32, and the daily double $13.80. That's a good, great mile. 2 minutes and 2/5, new lifetime mark. Violet's Rainbow showing off, showing the true colors as she finished second. And Meadowland Carmen, again, raced well. So that was the 10th. We're coming up to the 11th, which is the 2-year-old trotting colts, 3rd division, and 7 colts in line, and our sponsors have something to say for us.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Be there!
When the early explorers came through southeast Ohio, it was to hunt, trap, and survey lands. One such man was Ebenezer Zane of Virginia, who, in 1796, at the age of 49, petitioned the U.S. government to build a road. It would follow mostly along the old Native American footpath from what became Wheeling, West Virginia, southwest to the modern-day Maysville in Kentucky, situated along the Ohio River. It would be called Zane's Trace. His only request was that he be allowed 1 square mile of land where the Trace, the small road, crossed the Muskingum River, now Zanesville, the Hocking River in Lancaster, and the Scioto River at Chillicothe, which means main town in the Shawnee language. Another old trail led north from Chillicothe through Pickaway, the name of the clan of the Shawnee that inhabited the plains, and there was only one cabin every 8 miles or so along the way to the 20 acres of land that comprised Franklinton, now Columbus, that was situated on each side of the Scioto River. Scioto, incidentally, is Shawnee for deer. The settlers came in quickly, and by 1808, the population of Pickaway County was over 7,000 people. One of the early settlers founded Circleville in 1810, and if that name has a ring to it, it should, because Circleville was originally constructed on top of 1,100-foot wide, 2,000-year-old Hopewell-era earthworks, with the courthouse directly in the center. By the mid-1830s, however, Circleville decided to plot out the town in a less peculiar pattern and squared the circle. That wasn't completed until the late 1850s, and even today, the 14,000-plus residents of Circleville sort of regret losing their town's unique design. But we're happy we've still got that speedy circle called the Pickaway County Fairgrounds. They're on the track for today's 11th race. 2-year-old colts, trotting colts, 3rd division. Here they are, the post parade for today's 11th race at Circleville.
Barn area, we need the green saddle pad. Return it. Return that green number 1. Here are the horses for the 11th. 3rd division for 2-year-old colt trotters, $3,788. One is DJ's Charming. Carter Trains, the driver, Dustin Bothman. 2 is Fireworks Flash, Billy Hartman, the trainer, with Chris Page. 3, My Thunder, Larry Finn trains and drives. 4, Charming Cash with trainer-driver Roger Hughes Jr. 5, Boom Dynamite, Kim Daly trains, Danny Noble drives. 6, Elliott Stone, Train and Rain by Dwayne Miner. Number 7, Graftonburg, Jimmy Lupton, the trainer, Brandon Bartley in the sulky. 3 minutes, Danny Noble on the 5. Trotting hobbles on the 4, Charming Cash.
See if there's a standout here. I don't know. There's 3 that have charted lines on. Danny Noble, Kimberly Daly, 2-6 qualified. Boom Dynamite. Boom Dynamite. Danny Noble, they trotted in 2-6 at Scioto, qualified last quarter in 31-2. Roger Hughes has another one, even with the break at Scioto. Still trotted in 2-6 last quarter, 32-4. First lifetime start, first time on the racetrack. And Jimmy Lupton has Grafenberg, shows a charter mile of 2:12-4. But let's go with Noble and Hughes. They actually never know. It's a 2-year-old trotting colts. It's a surprise, surprise, surprise. 11th from Pickaway. In less than a minute. The Jambo was standing at Sugar Creek, standing in Ohio. Nice trotting sire. I believe he moved up to Canada. And that I can't be too sure of. I wish Roger was here with me because he'd know. He'd have it at the top of my head. The only thing on top of my head is my hat. It's red and I haven't taken it off for 3 years. I should slightly hope so. But anyway, this looks like a good race. And I'm going to go with, just keep an eye on Boom Dynamite.
Third division, 2-year-old Colt Trotters, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off-stride the fourth. My Thunder firing for the lead. Outside, Boom Dynamite for Danny Noble. Elliott Stone up on the outside. Now Elliott Stone's bobbled and broke stride. Inside, trotting third. Fireworks Flash as they wheel down the backside. On top of the field, My Thunder and Larry Finn showing the way. Boom Dynamite. And Danny Noble second. They're by the quarter in 32 seconds. Trotting third is Chris Page with Fireworks Flash. Back trotting fourth, Charming Cash. Back trotting DJ Charm. Elliott Stone's on a break and Grafenberg. 2-year-old Colt Trotters passing the stands and the fans for the first time. And on top, it's My Thunder. And Finn showing the way. Boom Dynamite second. They're by the half in 1:04-2. Under a tap of the whip third comes Fireworks Flash and Page. Trotting fourth, Charming Cash. Grafenberg, Elliott Stone, and DJ's Charming is your trailer following the break. Down the back lane they go. My Thunder shows the way. Up on the outside comes Boom Dynamite and Dan Noble. 137-3. Graftonberg's made up ground third. Hey, got a little better than an 8 to come. My Thunder by a length. Outside. Boom, Dynamite and Danny Noble. Surgeon, 3 wide. Graftonberg and Bartley coming on the outside. Boom, Dynamite. Five, 3, 7, 32, 104 and 2, 137 and 3, 208 and 4.
Mr. Noble brought Boom Dynamite out at the around the last turn, and just very discreetly tucked her back in, and just brought her around the last turn. Just stepped out and stepped off, and went around 2, 8 and 4 last quarter, and 31 and 1. And Dynamite, the odds-on favorite. No, she wasn't. Excuse me. She was second favorite, second choice at 5 to 2. The 2 who was off the board was 3 to 2. So we have, I don't know if that 3, I can't see
In
it.
the winner's circle, winner of the 11th, third division for 2-year-old colt trotters. Kim Daly, Miamisburg, Randy Leopard of Urbana, Todd Woodruff of Urbana. Kim Daly trains, Danny Noble in the bike. Number 5, Boom Dynamite. 2-year-old Bay filly by Broadway Howe, 208 and 4. Three wins on today's card for the talented Danny Noble. Official race 11. DJ's Charming 7, Fireworks Flash 6, My Thunder 2, Charming Cash 5, Boom Dynamite the winner, Elliott Stone 4, Graftonberg was third. 32, 104 and 2, 137 and 3, 208 and 4, 762, 51, 43, 208 and 4. Bring them on the track for the 12th. Windows are open, no changes.
It was a 5-3-7. All good dogs go to heaven. And Exacta was 5 all. It was $4.60. Now the 5 paid $7, $342.60, but the 3 was 45 to 1. The My Thunder rattled the thing, but she only paid $9 to place. We're coming up to the 12th race, the final of the Pollock Family Trot, 2-year-old filly, second division, and purse of $5,194, and 5 trotters, 5 little filly trotters going to post. And we'll be back shortly here from
Circle
Circleville,
3, it's cheaper
Ohio.
to keep her. Make the driver Danny Noble. Danny Noble drives 3.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rockin' Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The racing program also contains information on the horse, its connections, and its past performance. The one is Gypsy Merlot. The trainer, Alan Tomlinson. The driver, Sam Widger. His colors, maroon and blue. For the year, 1,440 starts. His win percentage, 19%. Place percentage, 15%. And a show percentage of 13%. In harness racing, we have what is known as the Universal Driver Rating System. It's much like a baseball batting average. Sam Widger's percentage for the year, 317. The breeder is Alan Tomlinson. Gypsy Merlot is a bay mare, 4 years of age. The father is Phelan Frisky. The mother, Bronwyn Sealster, whose daddy is Western Maverick. The trainer, Al Tomlinson. Tomlinson's statistics, 191 starts, a win percentage of 16%, place percentage 20%, and the show percentage at 9%. The Universal Trainer Rating System gives him a percentage of 301. The totals for Gypsy Merlot: lifetime, 30 starts, 18 wins, 3 seconds and 2/3, earnings of $121,204, took a mark of 151-2 at Hoosier Park as a 3-year-old. No starts in the year 2020. In 2019, however, 18 starts with 11 wins, 3 seconds, and 0/3. Earnings of $89,271, and of course took the mark of 151-2 at Hoosier as a 3-year-old. With that information, more help in understanding what is in our racing program.
The 12th race here at Circleville. 5 fillies, trot fillies. Second division. Now got 3 of the young lasses that show, that's lasses, that show a time to, the best of which is number 4, Income or Expenses. Todd Luther trained, Black Magic Racing owned, Tyler Smith and the Sulky. She qualified, Scioto, 2-3-2, last quarter and 30-1. That has got 2 seconds on the rest of the field, though. Tony Virgil Morgan's Wishing Stone filly. Amber Gemstone qualified at Scioto in 2-5-4, last quarter and 32. While Roger Hughes, credit my MVP in the sulky for Michelle Caldwell. She trotted a mile in 2:7-3. The rest.
Number 2, Amber Gemstone will be driven by Kara Morgan. Kara Morgan rides for 2, Danny Double 3.
Who's driving the 3? Who? So you're going to drive a change here on the 3 from Tyler Smith, Mr. Dan Noble. Okay, now you're on the track, and they will be coming for the post parade shortly. If I was a gambling man, I would go with the 3-2. That's it, exactas. Okay, good luck. Enjoy the races. Still a fine day here at Circleville.
Here are the horses, race number 12. Second division for 2-year-old filly trotters, trophy by the Pollock family. Number 1 is Credit My MVP. Michelle Caldwell trains with Roger Hughes Jr. Number 2, Amber Gemstone, Virgil Morgan Jr., the trainer with Kiera Morgan. 3, It's Cheaper to Keep Her, Jim Arledge Jr. trains with Danny Noble. 4, Income or Expenses, Todd Luther, the trainer, Tyler Smith. And number 5 is Katie's Lucky Day, Bill Cottengren, the trainer, Trevor Smith in the bike. 3 minutes.
On the 2 horses, driver change was from for Virgil Morgan Jr. is the trainer, goes from Brett Miller, and he's put young Miss Kiera Morgan in the sulky. And so we have 2 changes. We have Dan Noble on the 3 and Kiera Morgan on the 2. Again, 2 of them first time ever on the racetrack. And the 3 looks tons, I won't say tons the best. There's no such animal. I mean, Niatros got beat. But 3-2, just for you in the 12th here at Pickaway, Circleville, Ohio. Good luck.
Moving up, moving in for the 12th. This is the Pollock family trot. Second division, 2-year-old filly trotters, top of the stretch. Here they come. They're up and trotting. Amber Gemstone going for the lead. It's Cheaper to Keep Her up on the outside. Katie's Lucky Day third. Trotting fourth. Credit My MVP. Income and Expenses trails the field early. To the backside they go, and there went Danny Noble. And it's Cheaper to Keeper by 2 1/4. Amber Gemstone and Keely Morgan trotting second. Katie's Lucky Day for Trevor Smith third. They're by the quarter, 33 and 4. Credit My MVP and Hughes checking things out fourth. Income or Expenses and Tyler Smith trots 5. Around the turn to the 3/8 mile mark. It's Cheaper to Keeper. The Uncle Peter shows the way. Now with a burst. Up on the outside comes Income or Expenses. As they race over the halfway mile mark, Amber Gemstones on a break. How much? They're by the half in 106. Income or Expenses, the leader. Check it, it's Katie's Lucky Day, the leader. Back to second was It's Cheaper to Keeper. As they fire down the backside to the 3/4 mile mark. Katie's Lucky Day there, but Danny Noble's out and rolling again. With It's Cheaper to Keeper. As they rock and roll past 3/4, 137 and 3. Katie's Lucky Day got rough gated. And Noble zoomed right by with It's Cheaper to Keeper. Back on gate second is Katie's Lucky Day. They're at the top of the stretch, and Danny Noble going for a grand slam today. 4 big wins. It's Cheaper to Keeper. Katie's Lucky Day second. Danny Noble. It's Cheaper to Keeper. 4 wins on today's card.
That's been my baby.
3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. 33 and 4, 106, 137 and 3, 209 and 1. Three, 4, 5 is official. Back in front of the stands, winner of the 12th, second division for 2-year-old filly trotters. This is the Pollock family trot. Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated of Pompano Beach, Florida. Jim Arledge Jr., the trainer. Danny Noble, the winning driver. Number 3, It's Cheaper to Keeper. 2-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter, 209 and 1. Of course, her sire, Uncle Peter, stands at the Hickory Lane Farm in Findlay, Ohio. 4 wins on today's card for Danny Noble. Charlotte Kay will get the trophy from the Pollock family, fastest of the 2 divisions. Official, credit my MVP for Amber Gemstone 5. It's Cheaper to Keeper, the winner. Income or Expenses 2. Katie's Lucky Day 3. 33 and 4, 106, 137 and 3, 209 and 1. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 209 and 1. Bring them on the track for the 13th. Late daily double on 13-14.
$209 and 1. And It's Cheaper to Keeper. Dan Noble with his 4th winning drive of the day. We have 2 more here at Pickaway. It's cheaper to keep her, paid $580, $240. 4, income or expenses, Tyler Smith, $8 to place. The exactor paid $9.20. More to come after word from our sponsors.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Be there!
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is home to 7 of the Buckeye State's most popular stallions, including world champion Dancing Yankee, standing his first season in Ohio. The lineup also includes world champion and 2-time Dan Patch Trotting Colt of the Year Lucky Chucky and Breeders' Crown champion Rockin' Amadeus. See the entire roster of stallions at coolwindfarms.com. Cool Winds Farm, standing in Ohio since 2002.
Although it's been over 60 years ago, the legend still lives on. He was a local boy, or colt, that made good, real good. He was bred, born, and put through his lessons and started his racing career right here at Circleville. In 1952, George Van Camp, a pillar of Pickaway County and a lifelong devotee of harness racing, sent his 15-year-old trotting mare Conchita to the newest trotting sire in Ohio, Demon Hanover, the winner of the 1948 Hambletonian, the most prestigious stake for 3-year-old trotters in the world. Demon had been nicknamed Steamin' Demon, so that's what Mr. Van Camp decided to call his colt in 1953, Steamin' Demon, and maybe because he gave them a devil of a time. In the spring of 1955, at the Pickaway Matinee, Demon started out on the trot, but by the end of the mile he'd smoothly switched to the pace as he won but was disqualified. It was a habit he had throughout his career. So in 1956, his conditioner Eddie Boyer put the hobbles on him to make him pace. And Demon won 22 races. He set the record at the old Hilliard's racetrack, and that fall in Lexington he took a mark of 2 minutes flat. He was the first horse from Circleville to do so. In 1957, Demon wanted to trot, and he climbed the ladder and ended up competing against the top trotters in the country in New York as he took award after award. He eventually earned over $242,000 lifetime and retired as a world champion double-gated horse with the mark of 158-4 on the pace and 159 on the trot. He definitely was the pride of Ohio and daily fodder for the sports pages, even after he retired to stand stud on Van Camp's farm just north of the center of town. To this day, throughout the country, if a trainer has a horse who will trot, then pace, then trot without making a misstep, they'll often laugh as they go along and call out, "Steamin' Demon," to any observers. But just remember to add, Circleville, Ohio.
Coming up to the 13th here at Pickaway County. This is the 5th and final division of the 2-year-old pacing fillies, going for a purse of $2,748. Total purse for today, $13,740 euros. Now here we got 6 fillies. 4 of them have charted lines, but this 2 Rockin' Star, Dustin Pfeiffer and the trainer, Brenda Pfeiffer, the owner, and Clayton Pfeiffer, a young 16-year-old qualifying fair driver. He's already been in 59-4 and 59-2 good last quarters at Scioto. This is a nice filly by Rockin' Amadeus. And then we have Dan Noble looking for his 5th win today. Qualified at Scioto, 2-1-2 last quarter in 28-3. Now these are all first-time starters. This is the first Fair start. So it's anybody's race, but I'd have to go with the charted lines. Rockin' Star got to go with Mr. Noble, looking for his 5th. And Tyler Smith and Clara Lou, how you? But been in 2, 1, and 3 as well in qualifier. Great day, great racing, and we're waiting on the post parade. Horses are on the track for the 13th. I count 5 fillies. We need 1 more out here. And here she is. Mr. Patterson Cole gives you the post parade.
You're all out. Parade in order. Here they are for the 13th. 5th division for 2-year-old filly pacers. One is Said Perfectly. Winner's trains with Jeff Nicesonger. 2 Rockin' Star, Dustin Pfeiffer, the trainer, Clayton Pfeiffer aboard. 3 is Topless on the Beach. Jeff Ebersold trains her, Danny Noble in the bike. 4, Here's Rockin' the Beach. Kim Daly, the trainer, with Scott Cisco. Number 5 is Carla Lou. Ben Davis trains, Tyler Smith gets the call. And number 6 is Ali Bitera. Debbie Swartz, the trainer, Trevor Smith in the sulky. 3 minutes. Late daily double, 13-14. In the 14th, there's no changes.
We have 2 pet rocks in here. A Western Terror, Well Said, and a Rockin' Amadeus. Beech Tree. And this is all fine Ohio breds. They're getting stronger and stronger every year and producing some really great horses. And it's like the Sire Stakes, as well as the fair circuit in Ohio, is so strong and so well supported. And a lot of these drivers that were at the fair today, they're going to just hop right in their car, get off the bike, and get in the car and go right up to Scioto Downs for tonight's evening card up there. So it's just a continuous day for them. They got a very strong driving colony at Scioto, as well as Northfield. And it's just amazing the amount of, well, Ohio is horses. And they have, instead of playing hockey like they do up in Canada, but no, they have a strong, it's a family affair. A lot of these drivers, their family's been in the horse business for 4 generations. But example of the Smith brothers. Their mother, when she was a youngster, was a 4-H champion. And their grandfather as well. And they're behind the gate.
Fifth Division, 2-year-old filly Pacers, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Rockin' Star headed for the lead. Said perfectly, got away second. Topless on the beach, dropped in third. Carla Lou fourth. Ollie B. Tara. And he's a rockin' the beach, made a break. Trailing. Down the back lane they go. Rockin' Star and Clayton Pfeiffer on the engine. By a length and a half. Said perfectly, and Nice Songer is second. Topless at the beach in Noble third. They're by the quarter. 32 seconds. Outside comes Carla Lou. Allie B. Tara. Here's Rockin' the Beach, the trailer. They're off the turn. Down the lane they'll come for the first time. Rockin' Star on top of the field. Carla Lou up on the outside will challenge for the lead. Now here comes Danny Noble with Topless on the Beach from the outside. They're halfway home in 104. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Carla Lou at the rail. Topless on the beach up on the outside second. As they fire down the backside to the 3/4 mile mark. Rockin' Star's back to third. Under the crack of the whip fourth, said perfectly. They fire to the 3/4 in 134. Backside 30 seconds flat. Carla Lou recaptures the lead. Topless at the beach on the outside second. Rockin' Star still not done yet. Come the outside third. Top of the stretch, Tyler Smith on Carla Lou. Outside, Topless on the beach, and Danny Noble trying to get there. Tyler Smith still strong. Carla Lou.
Looks like a 5-3-2. Just for you.
5-3-2. 32, 104, 134, 204, and 3.
Five went off the odds of 7-2. 3 was 7-2. And the 2 was even money. It's a good mile in 2-4 and 2. Last half of a minute, 2/5. And a good stretch drive.
Back in front of the stands, winner of the 13th, 5th Division for 2-year-old Pacers. Charles Purvis of Xenia, Ohio. Ben Davis trains. Tyler Smith, the winning driver. Number 5, Carla Lou. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Pet Rock. 2:04 and 3 with a final half, 1 minute 3/5. Last quarter, 30 and 3. Her sire Pet Rock stands at Midland Acres. Driving double on today's card for Tyler Smith. Results official said perfectly 5, Rockin' Star 3, Topless on the Beach 2. Here's Rockin' the Beach 6, Carla Lou the winner, Allie B. Tara 4. 32, 104, 134, 204, 3. 532, 614, 204, and 3. Bring them on the track for the 14th. Win, place, show, perfected try, no changes.
Up to 14th, but the results were it was an all three, $5.40. 5 paid $9.80, $4 a place, $2.40 a show, $3.80 for the 3. But coming up the 14th and final here at Pickaway County Fair, it's the Forest Short 4th Division for 3-year-old fillies, $30,116. We have full card. The only one on the card that's starting the first-time lifetime start is number 1, Crosswind Maya. It's a 3-year-old artificial. David Elliott drives and trained, and Scott Cisco drives. It's some good fillies in here, and we're going to go with the top money winning from last year. Escape the House picked up a very nice $52,420 as a 2-year-old took a mark at Northfield of 153-2. That's a half-mile track, ladies and gentlemen. And Escape the House with Ken Holliday. He's a breeder, Buckeye Stallion Series. He just paced in 55-4 last week. So that's the 14th coming up, and now the last word of the day from our sponsors.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Be there! The heart of a racing program is the charted line. In this instance, we're going to take a look at 2 horses. The 1, Gypsy Merlot, and the 3, Rosemary Rose. Now we're going to look at Gypsy Merlot. Racing on the 16th of May in the year 2020. The 13th race at Scioto Downs on a track rated fast and a temperature of 73 degrees. It was a qualifying race to show that the horse is capable of going a good mile and ready for competition. The opening quarter was in 28-4. The half, 59-3. The leader was at the 3 quarters in 127-3. And the finish time for the winner, 155-2. You'll note the Gypsy Merlot had post 5, and in this instance went wire to wire on top of the field for every step, coming a final quarter in 27-4 with an individual winning time of 155-2. Now we want to take a look at a different charted line, that of the 3, Rosemary Rose. At the quarter was 5th, 6 1/4 lengths off the leader. At the half, 5th, 5 3/4 lengths behind the leader. At the 3 quarters, Rosemary Rose was still 5th, but was only 3 lengths off the leader And note the 0 there. That means moving on the outside. Top of the stretch had moved up to be second, 4 lengths behind the leader. And at the finish wire, Rosemary Rose a winner by a half a length, with a final quarter 26-4, the mile 153-3. The next is the competition, showing Rosemary Rose the winner. Princess Rougarou was second, and St. Lad's Gidget finished third. And with that information, a better understanding of what is in our racing program.
th and final race coming up. The horses are coming on the track. They're all out on the track. And look at them. And it's going to be, I'm going to try and handicap this. So please, please don't put us through that agony. But I will say, definitely real rockin' Ravi. Been in 152 last week, 52-2 to be exact. And of course, you have to go with Escape the House. But both nice fillies. Pet Rock, Big Bad John. Dragon again Artificial. Pine Valley. Here's a post parade for the 14th from Pickaway County.
Here are the horses for the 14th. 4th division of the 3-year-old filly Pace, 4 short Memorial. Number 1 is Crosswind Maya. Dave Elliott trains with Scott Cisco. 2 is Pines Triple Nickel. Dustin Pfeiffer, the trainer, with Clayton Pfeiffer. 3 is Real Rockin' Ravi. Brett Swartz, the trainer, with Tyler Smith. 4, Escape the House. She's trained by Daryl Hoosier with Ken Holliday. 5, Dragon Place. Steve Carter trains her. Dustin Bothman up board. At number 6, McBrook. Jimmy Lupton trains. Brandon Bartley in the sulky. 3 minutes. Win, play, show. Perfect to try.
They're heading to the gate for the final, as they said today. Tomorrow, we're going to be here at 1 o'clock again. We're going to have 13 races at Pickaway, including the Steamin' Demon Invitational. Steamin' Demon, incidentally, was just a legend in his own time, not only here in Circleville, but throughout the country. He was a double-gated champion. He would win on the Invitational Pace, Invitational Trot, and he raced against the best trotters in the world in New York. Sumac Lad, Flower Child. It just come from a little small, and he was a first year. His sire was standing stud, and he was sold. Steamin' Demon. He was originally bought as Demon Hand was originally bought as a 2-year-old, a yearling, he sold for $2,600. When they sold him to stud, they got $70,000. Then he was syndicated for $500,000, which is a record back then. Him and Adios were both the top sires, and they both were very prolific, very good. Except Demon Hanover, he had went to small surgery and was unfortunately didn't come out of it good. But they're right behind the gate, and 14.
Horse approaching the stud gate. 3-year-old filly pacers, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing Real Rockavave going for the lead. Pines Triple Nickel getaway second. Third is Crosswind Maya. Escape the House fourth. Dragon Place and McBrook. To the backside they go. Real Rockin' Ravi and Tyler Smith on the chin-shoe by 2. Pines Triple Nickel and Clayton Pfeiffer will stalk her all the way second. Racing down along the rail, third, Crosswind Maya. Escape the House fourth. Dragon Place, McBrook. The quarter up soft in 32 seconds. Real Rockin' Ravi, the Pet Rock Belly. And Tyler Smith's got a big hold on her, and she opens by 2.5. Pines Triple Nickel is second. They pass by the stands and the fans for the first time. Escape the House is racing third. Crosswind Maya fourth. Dragon Place and McBrook will have to get going. They're by the half in 102. Around the turn they go. Real Rockin' Ravi, the one to beat. Up on the outside, Escape the House is second. Pines Triple Nickel is fourth. McBrook on the outside fourth. Crosswind Maya and Dragon Place. They rock and roll past the 3/4 mile mark. 3/4 in 1:33. Real Rockin' Ravi continue to lead the way. The only one with a crack at him is Escape the House. And Holiday will bring her to the outside. But Real Rockin' Ravi's too much, too good. Tyler Smith in a rocking chair drive. Real Rockin' Ravi. Escape the House. Pines Triple Nickel. 201 and 4. Three, 4, 2, 32, 102, 133, 201 and 4.
And the finale. 3, 4, 2. Last quarter, 28 and 4. And Real Rockin' Ravi went out 1 to 5. Eased up, wasn't eased up, was just under general line drive. But Escaped the House was chased after down the lane.
Wigman Jen is going to get the blanket trophy. In the winner's circle, for the 14th, 4th Division, 3-year-old filly pace. Steve Sexton, Xenia High, Brett Swartz trains her. Tyler Smith, the winning driver, number 3, Real Rockin' Ravi. 3-year-old bay filly by Pet Rock. Second of the season, 201 and 4. And she was a flat-out jug burglar. Pet Rock, her sire, stands at Midland Acres. And ladies and gentlemen, for Tyler Smith, that's a driving triple on today's card. It's official. Crosswind Maya 5, Pine Triple Nickel 3, Real Rockin' Ravi the winner, Escape the House 2, Dragon Place 6, McBrook 4, 32, 102, 133, 201 and 4, 5, 3, 1, 2, 6, 4 on the bottom, 201 and 4. Fans, that's going to wrap it up. We invite you back tomorrow. We got 13. Tomorrow features the Steamin' Demon for older horses, purse of $8,500. There's 13 tomorrow. Free admission. Stay safe. Come on out tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
Nice race for the fan. It was coming last staff in 59-4, and last quarter 28-4. But the payoffs was 3 was 240, 210, 210, and the 4 was only 210, 210. Exactor only paid 380, but the daily double was 26-20. Great day of racing here at Pickaway County Fair in Circleville, Ohio. Just a mere 25 miles south of Columbus on Route 23. Very scenic. We had a great time. The track was in great condition. Saw a lot of old friends, older friends too. It's been a year, but come on out tomorrow. If you're in the area, tune in tomorrow. It will be going to post at 1 o'clock, and you play along the games. We'll have a couple of new text trivias for you, and thanks for being with us. And till tomorrow from Pickaway County Fair, sure night.
Thank you for joining us today for the Ohio Colt Racing Association action from the Pickaway County Fairgrounds. Be sure to join us tomorrow for day 2 from the Pickaway County Fair. For our entire production crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Be there!